if that's a problem for open meetings.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Hold on just a second. Let's check that out. Kurt, oh,
Thank you, Commissioner.
did you hear that? All right. He says it's working now. If anybody has any more problems, though, please do let us know. Thank you so much.
Roll call. I'll take roll call. Shannon, Oury.
Present.
Thank you. Yes, please turn on your mic and announce your presence. Tom Howe.
Thomas, yep, I'm here.
Edith Guffey.
Present.
Christina Gentry.
Christina Gentry's here.
Gentry, thank you. Erica Zimmerman. Erica, wave at us.
Here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Cole Brown. Is Cole at the city?
He is absent today, Mr. Chair. Diane Stoddard.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca Buford.
I am present.
Paul Newsom.
Here.
Monte Soukup.
Soukup, here.
Patrick Kelly. Is Patrick with us?
I believe so.
Does not appear to be, Mr. Chair. Diane Stoddard.
Sarah Waters, we just spoke to.
Present.
Diane Ortiz.
Dana Ortiz, present.
And Ron Gaches, present. Commissioners, thank you very much for joining us. This is an annual off-site meeting for us, which in this case is very much on-site. Everyone's in their home offices or someplace else convenient. We are going to be making decisions this afternoon that will impact the timing, which I don't think will be adjusted, but possibly the timing and the makeup of the request for proposals that we submit this fall. And so we thought it was particularly timely that we have an opportunity to visit with you about what are your housing priorities? Are we meeting your expectations of what the advisory board should be providing you in the way of recommendations and information? And what input would you have for us as we proceed this afternoon in making preparation for our next round of announcements of funding availability? That's what I wanted to talk about, and I'm sure there'll be other questions from other members of the advisory board.
This is Mayor Ananda. I just wanted to say thank you to you all for having us. This is a big, important conversation that I have no illusion will be completed today, or that we will walk away necessarily with a clear idea of how to move forward step by step. But your work is very much appreciated, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let me begin by jumping to a very important but related topic that I wanted to make sure that I got a plug in for before the hour was up, and I'll get it out there right at the beginning. We desperately need to fill the manager position for our affordable housing team here with the city. And I know that you've created lots of other priorities for staff, and it's an uncertain financial situation that we're moving into the next 90 days and 6 months and year. But I would really hope that you would direct staff to make it a priority to fill that spot as soon as possible. I think that this advisory board can play an important role in addressing some of the systemic issues of social and racial justice that confront our community. And we need help to have the capacity to work on the business plan that we've already prepared for ourselves.
Ron, this is Commissioner Boley.
Yes, sir.
I think it'd be helpful if we had some background on this issue.
Sure, sure. Well, Diane, I'm going to ask you for information on start dates and when the job opened up and whatnot. Been working basically all of this year without the person that's supposed to be mostly dedicated to our work. And I think it's just critically important that we get that filled with a qualified person as soon as possible. Our new person who came in with a great deal of technical knowledge and some really good work skills got cherry picked away by the state. Probably the first time they saw her, she was really very capable. We may not find a candidate of that quality, but we sure need to get the spot filled so that we can continue doing some of the work that we would like to do.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I can provide an update for you on that, which is good news. We will be filling that position here sometime in the very near future and getting a job description posted out. We had delayed the recruitment of the individual kind of with the uncertainty about the budget situation earlier, but feel confident in order to proceed with doing that now. So that'll be coming up here in the very near future, and we'll hope to have somebody on board just as soon as possible. We also believe that position is very critical to the work.
This is Commissioner Boley again. I guess I'd like to make the point that management took this seriously and did a good job of filling the position, but it just didn't take. Is that the situation?
Diane?
I think she just got hired. She got hired away with the offer of a bigger job.
I guess my point, this Commissioner Boley, that management has been trying. It's just they did a really good job, and then the state essentially took their candidate away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. To move back to some of the broader questions that will be before the advisory board, if you look back over the work, the recommendations of the board in the 2.5 years I've served, we've been, it would reflect that our number one priority has been to stimulate, help fund permanent affordable housing, either through homes that can be purchased or rental units that are guaranteed affordable for 30 years or more. And then our secondary priority has been to fund some of the emerging short-term needs through vouchers and services. I think I think it's a fair statement to say most of the board members are pretty supportive of the idea that if you're going to fund vouchers, it makes sense to ensure that people have services along with them. It greatly increases the likelihood that those folks will be able to stay in housing and perhaps move off of vouchers in the future. But we've had a discussion at our last advisory board meeting about how should we recognize the impact of the pandemic in our community, and should that shift our priorities? Should we be looking to addressing some of the short-term needs of our community for this funding round before returning to what has been our number one priority, which is creating affordable housing? And I think we'd all be interested in your input on that issue.
This is Vice Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I do think that's an interesting question and one that we'll have to continue to face. The one thing with the CARES Act, we're going to get some interesting. Now, I don't want to use this term in a bad way, but some short-term, not experiments, but short-term funding of a lot of, things to be working on with the homeless, different programs, different activities, some of which had started before, some of which are going to start in the next few weeks. But a lot that funding in most cases will end on December 31st. And I do think it's important to see how some of those work, see which are the most effective, and then certainly consider funding those that work really well, going into the future years. And so I do think with the the pandemic and some of what we've been able to see, I think it's worth watching and waiting and seeing what works and what doesn't. That being said, this is hopefully one day the pandemic will pass, and certainly a large part of what we need to be doing is focusing on housing projects that give us that permanent affordable housing. And obviously those projects take a lot of time between conception to funding to building to filling up and moving on. So we can't, a delay now delays, something 2 or 3 years from now. And so we have to certainly continue to fund projects at the same time. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Larsen here. I appreciate those comments, Brad. That definitely we need to keep those in our forefronts. But I also would like to add that one thing that I'm not seeing as far as priorities is the idea of scattered housing. That has been a real issue with many in the community, that we just aren't seeing it in the extent that folks would like to see it happen. And I do believe that having scattered housing does create a more healthy neighborhood situation. So I would ask that you continue with what you're doing. Obviously, we got to keep these housing projects going because they do take a long time. And the voucher system obviously is a must. I would like to add to that, we need to start concentrate more on how we can get these housing units or housing as a whole scattered throughout our community better.
This is Commissioner Boley. I appreciate the comments of my fellow commissioners and would like to underscore with Commissioner Larsen's comments the importance of permanent dispersed affordable housing. And I would like to make a significant distinction between 30 years and permanent, because permanent is permanent. 30 years will end up having someone else have to deal with a problem 30 years from now where we have affordable housing that's going away.
This is Mayor Ananda. You mentioned the balance of, addressing immediate needs regarding COVID and then those longer term goals. And I think that if we are effectively being creative with our solutions and effectively using the funds that come before us, then we are looking at an opportunity to really be more nimble and act more quickly than we otherwise would, and perhaps try things that would require a different method of getting folks on board with this or these ideas during this time than we would in other times. And I think that it's really important to harness that opportunity. And if we do that effectively, then we are really making some significant forward progress on perhaps some issues that have been kind of clogged in the pipes, so to speak, for a significant period of time. And I don't have specific examples with me, but I do think that this is an incredible opportunity amidst something that's really horrible, but to do some things that perhaps otherwise we wouldn't take the initiative, certainly wouldn't know how to go about beginning projects like that.
This is Commissioner Shipley. I agree with Commissioner Larsen, and I'm glad that she brought it up, that scattering is the most important thing. Of course, you guys provided us with the map, which was fantastic. And we can really see pretty clearly that we need to rebalance where the units are. And what I'm wondering is, Another thing I feel like the past year anyway, there was less focus maybe on rehab, or maybe those just didn't get attention, and more focus on new builds. So I wonder if, as we move to other areas of town, if rehab of newer units will be called for as opposed to new builds.
This Commissioner Boley, the pandemic has been terrible for everyone, frankly. There have been some positive developments in response to it, and one of them is the success of the Unified Command here in Douglas County. And I'd like to commend Commissioner Kelly, who's with us today, and his peers on the County Commission for the leadership that they and Sarah have provided, along with Craig and Dan and Russ, everybody there. And I think it's important for us, when we're thinking about affordable housing, to realize that the city is not in this alone. We have a partner in Douglas County. And I'm thinking that we need to be trying to identify the conversations and cooperation we need to come forward with. And possibly one of the things that we would be looking at would be that the city would focus resources on permanent dispersed housing units and things like utility assistance, while the county could provide vouchers and services. I mean, those are the kinds of conversations I think we need to build on this success we've had with the Unified Command.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Commissioner Boley, that's a really interesting idea. But one of the things we have on our agenda for this afternoon is to talk about, do we want to take the trust fund dollars that we make recommendations to you about, and the home program dollars that we make recommendations to you about, and look at those two pots of money and make some allocation between those two pots of money for what portion of those funds should be earmarked or targeted for permanent housing, and what portion of it should be targeted for vouchers and services. In the past, I think it's a fair characterization, at least this is true for me, that I've weighed the merits of the projects that were before us each time we've had a funding round. And I haven't had a clear priority in my mind, or a target in my mind, of what portion of the dollars available I wanted to go to permanent housing, or what portion to vouchers and services. But I think we are to the point where we want to have some more clear guidance in our own decision making, that we're starting to look at that as a possibility. An assignment of responsibilities similar to what you've described with the city and county would also be very helpful for us. And I think we probably have several here who want to participate in that discussion. Doesn't have to be now.
Well,
I have
Commissioner Boley again, and I would say that one of the frustrations that we've experienced at the city commission level, I perceive, is that we have not been able to really be providing utility assistance on the city utilities that we're charging people for. And I know that that's a significant component of housing costs, and we're working on that ourselves.
I have a follow-up question for Commissioner Larsen. You were talking about scattered housing, and we've had, we have some part of that discussion almost every meeting with the advisory board. So far, we've not received hardly any projects in response to our funding availability notifications. We've received very few projects west of Iowa. We had one in the past year that was a request for assistance in purchasing a lot. but they hadn't identified a specific lot. They weren't yet under contract. They knew of some lots and they were going to pursue a lot. Well, the board didn't feel at the time that that was a specific enough proposal. I mean, they couldn't even tell us what the address on this project was going to be. And so there's some reticence to fund that. But what I'm hearing from commissioners is it's becoming very important for us to get a project west of Iowa, more than one. And I fully embrace the concept of every neighborhood in the community participating in addressing the affordable housing. Would you be willing to accept a recommendation that costs more per unit or more per bedroom on the west side of town than it would on the east side of town, coming from the advisory board?
Yeah, Commissioner Larsen here. I think, it'd be important to look at all possibilities out there. And I guess that's where as you were talking about that I would envision the potential to look at how we incentivize these types of projects out in the western part of the community. And that maybe needs to be a discussion that's had at your board is do we need to look at different ways to incentivize depending on where the location is? So that's what I would suggest that we look at doing is how is the scoring done? Of course, obviously you guys know how that's done. And do we need to look at the weighting of those in a different manner? I don't know if that's a viable way to do it, but it seems to me that that if we aren't getting a lot of projects recommended, which I realize we're not, I've been following them obviously, that maybe we need to look at how we incentivize them.
Mr. Chair. Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors representative here. I don't think there's any reticence or reluctance on the part of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board to look at scattered site projects. I think that this is something which has been top of mind for us as we've gone down the line. But I think it's a bit of magical thinking to believe that projects that we have the ability to say, let's do a project west of Iowa Street or south of 23rd Street or wherever it is. We're not generating projects ourselves. If somebody were to bring such a project to us, we would absolutely be happy to look at it. And Mr. Chair, where you're asking the commission if they would be willing to do that, I think that if to fund a higher cost project because of location, I think that this board would be happy to present that kind of a project regardless of its cost, because we also share the desire to have diversity in location as well as in housing type. So we are all for scattered site, but I think that, as I say, it is not something which we can just say, oh, there's a project, let's do it. We need to have that brought to us. And Commissioner Larsen, your point is very valid, is perhaps we could incentivize the developers, the producers, the people who do those kind of things in some fashion. So far, we've not had those projects brought to us.
This is Commissioner Boley. I appreciate that point, Thomas. And my point would be, if the advisory board and the city are not getting projects brought forward that meet the criteria that we're setting out, then perhaps we need to be more proactive in generating these projects, because this is a very key part of what our community expects from this program.
This is Monte, Soukup. I would say to that, I've tried to generate some projects and actually brought some projects to the city for some potential opportunity. And I'm going to bring one up in particular, Dad Perry Park. Along Parkside, you could probably put in a dozen lots there. That parcel happens to be tied up with some HUD funds. It was purchased with HUD funds, and there are restrictions on that. We would have, the city as an entity would have to have the willingness to go back to HUD, for instance, and try to get some of those things released. So to date, we haven't had support to do that. So I guess I would ask for support from our city commissioners to encourage us to look at those things. We have to look at things differently we have to look at them differently. We're not going to get this, same place. So I would think HUD might be receptive to that idea if it actually created affordable housing, but maybe not. I don't know. So I think we have brought some things. They just haven't been pushed forward enough.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Boley. Monte, you're talking exactly about the kind of things I think we need to be more proactive on. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Larsen, I agree. Appreciate you bringing that up. I was not aware of the Dadbury Park situation, so it would be definitely something that I'd be interested in. And I just want to add, I don't think offering more incentives is necessarily the answer, but maybe how we're actually allocating those incentives. But I'm always willing to look at whatever you want to bring forward to evaluate it. I just think that things are more expensive out west, and that should be a potential option to look at as the incentive packages that are offered. But at the same time, I agree with Commissioner Boley that we need to definitely be more proactive, and maybe we need to start creating some of these package situations where we can do some projects out west.
This is Monte, Soukup. We have made progress. We have the double density, which would allow us to take a lot that costs twice as much. A lot in West Lawrence costs about twice what one in East Lawrence costs. So by having the ability to recently have that changed code or whatever it is, ordinance, that would allow us basically to level that playing field. We just really got access to that. I know there are people on this board and with our housing, affordable housing folks that are out there looking for those opportunities. There just aren't a lot that exist, but we are out there looking. I personally met with one church that has excess property and trying to get set up with them to meet with their council to see if they would consider selling, 3 lots off of their, church property that they're never unlikely they're ever going to grow to the point they need that. Those are very slow things to happen to bring projects to this commission. We have to get them to agree, and then there's a lot of process there. But those are conversations. I don't want you to feel like those conversations are not going on, because they are going on. They just take a long time to come to fruition.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that both of those items that were just mentioned are reflective of the kind of opportunity that the situation that is before us may present to move those conversations forward more quickly or more creatively than we have historically. So I'm hopeful that we will take full advantage of those opportunities.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I would echo that. And again, maybe some of it has to do with, not having a staff member fully dedicated to it, but I'm certainly supportive of looking not only at some of our parks. I know there's some discussion with the school district and some land the school district has along with some of our parks. I know there's some land that the city owns at 15th and the SLT that is a possibility. I think there's definitely some city land that it's possible that we could work with, and maybe some neighbors, be it a school district, be it a developer, be it another landowner, to work on to have some of those projects. And again, I'm not sure exactly who the driver is of those and how we drive them forward, but it's certainly something I'd be supportive
of. I have a question for Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. I have a question for Diane. Diane, is there a staff person in the city that meets with builders, developers, and actually is pitching affordable housing as a possible addition to whatever project they've got underway? Or could there be a person on staff that did that?
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I think that some of that is happening. Some of it is we field some inquiries on affordable housing, either from some existing developers or those that might be interested in the community and have those opportunities to talk about that. I know, as an example, with the development group that recently announced its intention for a tax credit project in the southern part of the community. I had an opportunity to talk with them about, are they interested in Lawrence and looking at other kinds of development and that kind of thing. So I think we can definitely continue to do those things. And also, as has been mentioned here, I think we could be more proactive in going out and targeting some developers that have some expertise in some of these areas. I think, and maybe even work with the local building community on gaining some more experience and knowledge and some of the tools that might be able to be used out there. But certainly, some of the federal tools combined with then what the city resources can bring can sometimes be combined together, as you all know, to make a project occur. And I might see if Jeff or other staff members on the call have some additional details with that, because I know that they field these kind of inquiries regularly.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. One of the things that our planners do as part of their daily course of action is a pre-application meeting when people are proposing a development or a larger scale project. And the team of planners that we have are actually very well attuned to affordable housing and watching for those opportunities when they pop up. Sometimes they are apparent, sometimes they're not. But we do kind of try to share the knowledge about what AHAB is available, what the funding looks like, how to go about those resources. Part of that we would always do is we would always fold in the housing administrator position into those pre-application meetings. We also bring Danny and Brad into those meetings, and we think those opportunities are available. So as we field those through Planning and Development Services, we always try to make that connection available when possible.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Jeff, would it be helpful if we developed some kind of a set package of trust fund incentives, or kind of a targeted amount that we would make available to a developer if they met certain criteria, and then actually advertise that number out there? I mean, do we have any bait on our hook to get somebody interested in what we're talking about? Would it be helpful if we had a specific number that you could hold out to say, AHAB has indicated interest in providing XYZ if someone will offer them these two things?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. That may be a good option, Mr. Chair. One thing that we've discussed as we've talked with various developers and applicants is some communities out there are putting out incentive packages, kind of similar to what we've seen with the Catalyst project for affordable housing. If a certain number of units are provided and certain number of funding, and it kind of goes in those similar lines there. Those we have not researched those in depth. I've not seen one in quite a while, but there are some communities out there that are working in very similar lines to what you've suggested.
Okay.
Shannon Oury, AHAB Vice Chair, Executive Director, Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. One of the strategic moves that the Housing Authority is starting to move in is we have a affiliated nonprofit, Douglas County Housing Inc., that we are going to use as our development arm. And that is one of the things that I think we are looking to move into, is to try to figure out how to increase our hard units on the ground. And of course, we have a lot of experience with working with HUD. So Monte, please feel free to reach out to me if you need help with your project, because we work with HUD a lot. We've worked with on the cottages that are the project that's going on in over by Burt Nash, we've worked with the Kansas Housing Resource Corp and plan to try to do some more projects utilizing their trust fund applications. So that's, I mean, that is one area that the Housing Authority is really trying to move into, is to be certainly one of the bodies in town that is looking to add more permanent, like deed restricted forever affordable housing in the community.
I want to, I guess, thank the commission for sticking to their guns on the language that was in the latest iteration of, I'm going to have the wrong name, Horizon 2020 or whatever our latest iteration is. This says community benefit, will be required, for new development. Because that has really, I think, opened the door for us to have some conversations with developers. I know that, the developers are probably scared to death because it's not very defined, right? But, I guess to our benefit, I know a couple people on this board have met with people that are active developers and talked about affordable housing being a community benefit, and how can we figure out how to make that work for them and work for us. And those conversations have been received, at least my experience with those that's been very well received, that they're willing to work with us. It just has to work for them, financially as well. They can't be forced, they don't want to be forced into something. So I guess thank you for opening the door on that and sticking to your guns and keeping that language in there, because it's certainly opening some opportunity for us. And that's, again, that's on the west side primarily. That's where our new development's going to be. So we've got to start having those conversations and get that in there.
I have a bit of a different, Ron Gaches, AHAB chair. I have a bit of a different topic I'd like to ask commissioners a question about, and that has to do with density and downtown. What do you think is the appropriate size or density of additional housing we should have downtown? What kind of projects do you think the city should be looking for? Some dedicated housing, some mixed use with commercial retail, some professional offices with housing. What would be your preferred development path downtown for residential units?
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess, Ron, the concern I have is that we are in the middle of doing a downtown plan. So I think those answers have not yet been generated through that planning process. Obviously, we're interested in density, and we're interested in downtown. I'm not sure that this is the moment to say this is what we want, because we've asked people and we're still working on it.
But just to clarify, those questions will be answered, do you think, in the strategic plan you're working on for downtown now? The plan, that's the level of detail that you'll give housing?
I don't think so.
I'd invite my fellow commissioners to comment on that. I think that that's an aspect of what we need to be thinking about as we plan further downtown.
Okay.
Commissioner Larsen here. I don't recall that plan was going to be that specific. So, but I agree that that's something that we need to look at and take. And once we get that master plan back, then we can use it as a tool to potentially follow the direction that we think is the best path, both the AHAB board as well as us.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that it would be pretty short-sighted to give specific examples at this point anyway, just given the experience that downtown is happening as a result of the pandemic, as well as the changing face of retail that was happening before this started. And so I think that we, at least me as a commissioner, I am open to hearing anything that comes before us, frankly, that will continue the vitality of our downtown, and to limit that by saying this is what I prefer or this is what I perceive as being a priority, with that constantly shifting landscape right now, we would be doing ourselves a disservice.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. I'd like to kind of pitch a little bit different narrative or different train of thought. I agree things are very uncertain right now. And I believe the communities that will come out of the pandemic and be most successful 5 years from now are the communities that do the best job of preparing themselves to take that initial first step as we start transitioning into whatever becomes the new normal. And one of the things that, rather than leaving downtown to kind of, well, I'll preface this by saying I used to be a Republican, but I'm now a Democrat. And I might not have advocated this 20 years ago, but now it sounds like a good idea. Instead of leaving it completely to the marketplace to tell us what downtown's going to become long-term, what if we were to assert by policy that as some of these buildings became available, that the city got involved and converted them into affordable housing? I mean, there are a number of buildings downtown that could make, I think, great residential units for singles and small families, and maybe even for larger families in some instances. But that's the kind of thing that probably wouldn't happen just spontaneously in the marketplace. But if we wanted to be aggressive, as some have suggested, and more proactive, we could make as an objective that we're going to increase the density of affordable housing downtown and take advantage of the shifting environment, shifting economics in downtown, and pick the path forward that we want it to go, rather than leaving it completely to the marketplace.
Commissioner Larsen here, I really appreciate those ideas, Ron, and I think that's the type of thought process we need to have when we're looking at the idea of density, more density downtown. And so I would be all for taking a look at that. So I think it's a good idea to see how that would what that would potentially look like from a policy standpoint, and just move forward with that.
This is me, Ananda. I guess I just want to kind of respond to that a little bit, in that I don't assume the market is the only thing that is going to drive downtown in the near future. Our community certainly has a lot of passion and a lot of say in what that looks like. And that is the limitation that I'm more concerned with, or the limitation or the lack thereof for what the downtown could be. That is one idea of many that could come before us that are brilliant and would secure the future of our downtown, which is exactly why I wouldn't want to come out with a specific idea in mind, particularly because I am not an expert on what keeps downtown vital. And there are many people in this community with much better ideas that will make it more accessible, more successful, more utilized, more equitably utilized as well. So I appreciate that idea, and that is exactly what I want to keep coming rather than limiting those.
Commissioner Larsen here, I think the whole idea, what I'm seeing from Ron's suggestion, is that the idea that we should be more proactive about this and look at the possibility of what policies can we enact that, one, would just make downtown much more viable, as well as with the idea of hearing what the community has to say about that, and those who are developers in that part of downtown. So I look at that word, to me, proactive, which I think is really important, that we is a good idea for us to start looking at more seriously.
Monte. Oh, go ahead.
This is Shannon Oury, Housing Authority. So you guys are running headlong into the thing that we've been struggling with in the last 3 funding rounds, which is we'll have a tax credit that we're going to bring, 50, 60 units, but it's 30 years, or we have 2 units that will be forever affordable. We have high density things that are going to be in this central core, but not high density things out west. And so, I'd really like you to talk about how you see some of those things, because we're just constantly trying to figure out, we have this limited pot of money, and which of these do we pick? Do we pick the most units for the most time? Do we pick the most dispersed units, but at higher costs? Do we put a priority on a project out west? We really, this is, you are raising all of the things that we are struggling with. And sort of one of the reasons we really wanted to have you participate, to help us sort of say, yeah, we would prioritize out west, even if it's higher cost and fewer units, or, those kind of things. And the other option that you were just getting to is a density bonus, right? And it's something that Fort Collins has done, and we've had quite a few conversations about a density bonus, which is if you'll make some of them affordable, then you can have increased density. What you'd have to eliminate is giving variances to anyone who won't add affordable units in that scenario. And I don't know what your all's thought on that, because then again, that's an issue with the developers. So
you don't want the answer to be yes, I'm hearing.
I think that Shannon's comments, this is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. I think that leads right into, do we put out directed RFPs for projects we want? Because that's what we want, knowing we'll pay a higher cost, knowing we'll get less units per dollar spent. Or do we do what we've done so far, which is basically put out an all call and say, bring us your best projects that the developers are developing, or the affordable housing entities. So, if we want specific things, we can do that. We run, we run the risk of higher costs. We also run the risk of not getting a project because nobody can put it together. So I guess, I'd look for any thoughts on that.
This is Commissioner Boley. I think the permanent dispersed affordable housing is the goal that we've embraced. And I think I think that's the community's expectation. So I think asking for what will meet those goals is important as we're using the community's money to fund these projects. So please do consider permanent dispersed affordable housing as you're asking for projects to come forward.
So this is Monte, Soukup. As a Justice Matters person, I agree with that. I think that's our role. We would push for permanent, highly affordable. That's not what the ballot language says. So the ballot language is much more open than that. It talks about support, rental units. It talks about the whole spectrum of affordable housing. So I don't know that we have a directive to do that as far as what I see, but I don't disagree that that's the ultimate goal.
I was involved through that process, and I feel that, from my perspective, the community's expectations are permanent dispersed affordable housing. It's not in the ballot language because we don't write ballot language that restricted, because things may change. Until things change for some reason, I think we need to continue to embrace the community, what I perceive to be the community's expectations. And I think if you're not getting what the community wants, then we shouldn't be using the community's money for that at this time.
Commissioner Larsen, I wholeheartedly agree with that. But then I also think some of your ideas, Monte, as well as Ron, that you've come up with, I think those are all viable, potentially viable ideas to have further discussions on. The idea of putting together an RFP, which would encompass what we want to see. I think that's an option, a good option to start looking at. Again, it's a matter of do we drive it, or does the market drive it? I think that it's not an if or. I think it's more of, you know, these are some tools, a multiple tools that we can use to get what the community wants for our trust fund monies.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I would add to that a couple things. One, I would say that, you know, one of my concerns, even when this ballot language passed, was that somehow this fund became some sort of de facto cap on how much we would spend. You know, that this is what we have. As we've been talking about creative solutions here, I mean, I'm very supportive of that. I mean, for example, as you said, you could be using the trust fund money for projects coming in, but also we could be leveraging land that the city owns at 6 in the SLT to say, we will give you this land if you come forward with an affordable housing project. You know, that is not, you know, cash out of our pockets, but it's land that we own, and we're encouraging that. And I think that, you know, or pick some land west of Iowa and say, we want to use this land in an RFP type process. I think that's important. You know, even in downtown, I mean, we've been having lots of fun with parking lately, but, you know, lots of cities have started offering up parts of their parking lot to developers who are willing to put affordable housing in as a mix of projects. Not only a density bonus, which is one possibility, actually, you know, land in and around. And so I do think there's some, you know, possibilities. You know, all that being said, you know, back to Shannon's point, you know, there is, I mean, I do think we have to look at leveraging. I do think we have to look at the most bang for our buck. And I certainly hear what Commissioner Boley is saying about dispersed housing, and I think that absolutely should be our goal. And I think we should push for that. But we probably do get more bang for our buck by having developers partner with us to have projects done, not paying for it all ourselves. And so, you know, I do think we have to balance and try to figure out how to stretch these dollars to have the most impact. So I agree with you, Shannon. It is a difficult process that you're running into headlong. But I would encourage you, as you guys are talking, I think, you know, as we've gotten this under our feet, we've been just accepting applications that maybe we need to turn towards not only accepting applications, but pushing out some projects on our own. I think that might be a way to step it up, as it will. Finally, I would say I don't want to lose the point that someone mentioned, I think maybe Monte. I do think part of the money, or part of our affordable housing strategy, has to be vouchers and has to be supportive, you know, whether or not that's money from the general fund or money from this fund or whatever. I think we have to look at the entire process, from vouchers to supportive housing to permanent, you know, to permanent housing to permanent affordable housing, as part of a spectrum. And so I don't want that to be lost.
This is Mayor Ananda. I'm realizing that time is short, and I'm kind of dropping this out here for conversation. Maybe we can't have it today, but it's something that I think should be part of our consideration, or understanding the extent to which it's part of the consideration on this board, I think it would be helpful is when we're giving these dollars, how much of them are remaining within the community, how much of those funds are kind of lifting all the boats, so to speak, as these projects move forward, and what is the impact of that, whether it's a micro or macro impact. I think that that's an important piece of this conversation as we're looking at this and the projects that we consider. I think that when those funds do remain in the community, there is a broader impact on the community that we can't necessarily quantify in some instances.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Thank you, Mayor. I think that's a very good point. Just thinking about the projects we've worked with and supported, most of our developers working in this space are very local. And at least the first round of money exchange stays local. I don't recall, for example, who Penn Street Lofts is using for a contractor. I don't have, in fact, I couldn't identify them. So I don't know if a project like that brings in, because of its size, outside firms, but most of what we've got, in fact, we have an update on a project later today from a local developer, and but very important consideration. We want those dollars to circulate in our community as many times as possible.
And understanding the impact of this Mayor Ananda, a small project versus a large project with a very large developer, or a smaller project with either a local homeowner who also rents a unit or two versus, you know, those 30 units within one space.
Monte mentioned the new tool to put a second unit on a single lot. We're very hopeful that that will be something that developers will look at throughout all parts of the city, and not just cherry pick the few lots that have opened up in some of our more established communities. But you know, if we're not out there selling it, it won't be what they think of first. So we've got a ways to go with our public advocacy, as well as working with all of our policymakers. We've rolled up on the noon hour, and I don't know if any of you had planned on staying with us past the hour that was the original request. I want to thank you enormously for the contribution of your very candid comments. Your opinions are extraordinarily important to us. Can't say we're going to agree with them all the time, but your voices are heard, and you know, Commissioner Larsen and Boley and I have been together since working on this issue and talking to each other since my very first AHAB meeting, and they've been great mentors for me. If we're not providing you the input that you think is appropriate for the projects you want to look at, then we're probably missing the mark somewhat. So we'll be fine tuning what we're doing and considering all of your input very much in our deliberations this afternoon. Any other final comments from anyone?
This is Commissioner Larsen. I just like to you know, I appreciate those thoughts, Ron, but I also want to thank the board for all the work that they put in. You've been staying with us for several years, and it's great to just to see how it's evolved, and it's going to continue to evolve and get better, I think, with each cycle. So I'm looking forward to continuing to hear what comes out of your meetings, and you know, just keep going forward.
Ron Gaches, Chair, one final comment. Hats off and accolades to our staff, because we are a man down, but they do a fabulous job of supporting us. And planning department's in great hands with Jeff. We're delighted to have him on board in that broader responsibilities. Diane is always accessible to all members of our advisory board, as well as the rest of the staff. I'm asking for something almost every week, and it gets to me sometimes faster than I'm ready to use it. So appreciate what they've done to make our jobs easier very much.
This is Commissioner Boley. Thank you, Ron, for that. And I would like to echo Commissioner Larsen's comments. We, as mayor and commissioners, have asked you to serve on our board, and we really appreciate the work that you do for the community along with us. So thank you so much. And if you send us a project that we don't agree with, we'll tell you no. So.
Yep. Thank you very much. And we'll let you folks sign off and we'll continue our meeting. Thank you.
So much. I might turn off my video and listen in so I can eat lunch if that's all right with you.
Oh, sure. That's fine.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
this is Edith Guffey.
Yes, Edith.
Some of us would say we're a person down, not a man down.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, a person down. Diane, do we have, what's the plan to take a lunch break or a break or what's, or do we have anything on our agenda for that? Or is the plan to press forward and people eat a potato chip in front of everyone if they need to?
Mr. Chair, Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. That is completely up to the board. So if you all would like to take a break at any time, you can call a break for so many minutes if you'd like to, and then just resume the meeting. In which case, everybody could kind of mute or put their video on pause, and we could regroup, or you can press on. It's completely up to the board.
I see the next item on our agenda is public comment. Do we have people in the queue for public comment?
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I do not see anyone. The person who'd indicated that they may have an interest in that, I do not see them on the video unless they happen to be on by phone. And then we do not have anybody here in the City Commission room. Yes, okay. And no, Chair, we do not see anyone else on the meeting from the public.
Okay, well, I don't have a catered lunch for anybody. What do people want to do? Do people want to take a short break, a little bit longer break, press on through, continue our good work so we can adjourn sooner rather than later?
This is Christina Gentry, resident at large. I would like to take a short break, maybe 15 minutes. I'm just going to give a number out there. I think we have some really important information to delve into with the information we got from Watkins. I appreciate Diane Stoddard from getting that information so that we could look at it as a group. So that's what I would advise or like to happen. It's kind of 15 minutes to get some more coffee and make sure my kid's still on Zoom for school.
Yeah. I see some heads nodding. 15 minutes. Let's come back at 12:25. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Do we? Everybody just stays on, right? We don't log off, correct, Diane?
Yeah, correct. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. Yes, my suggestion would be just to mute, and you could turn your video off if you'd like to, and just come back at 12:25.
Very good. See folks then. Thank you.
Can you do that with ours and just mute us for sure?
We'll give everyone one more minute. Next item on our agenda, this is Ron Gaches, Affordable Housing Advisory Board Chair, and we are returning from our 17-minute break. The next item of business on our agenda is to approve the minutes. Chair would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of August 10th.
So moved. Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors.
Do we have a second?
Second, Rebecca Buford, TTH.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of August 10th. All those in favor? Oh, and I need to do a roll call vote. Excuse me. And let's see if I can get names correct this time. I am seriously trying to get all of them correct each time. Shannon Oury.
Present.
Thomas Howe.
Present.
Edith Guffey.
Present. I think are we approving minutes? Aye.
Yes. Yes, we're approving minutes. Roll call vote. Christina?
Christina Gentry, aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Paul?
Yes.
Monte?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
And Ron Gaches, aye. The vote was 12-0. Next order of business is to receive our monthly financial report.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator for the city. I'm not going to share my screen so that I can still kind of see all of you, but two things I wanted to note on the financial report on the revenue side. First is related to sales tax collections. We received just over $80,000 in sales tax collections in the month of August. So the good news related to this is that that is higher than what we have received previously. The bad news is we're still not quite caught up with our budgeted amounts, but hopefully we will continue to receive those increased sales tax collections. So I think that is overall pretty good news. On the expense side, nothing there has really changed since the last time I talked to you all. Would be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Danielle, is there any update to the forecast for balance of year revenues in the fund?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. We have not done a formal update to the commission kind of about all of our impacts that we're experiencing. So we did a big presentation to them back in May, and we kind of looked at a 3, 6, 9 month impact. So we have not done an update on that. I would say that as it relates to you all and this fund in particular, we're still relatively close to budget. On an overall scale, I think part of what's picking up a little bit of that slack that we're seeing in that decline of sales tax is actually a pretty significant increase in our investments. So we initially only anticipated about $1,000 in investment revenue, but because of the timing with all of these projects and when we've actually paid out the projects, that revenue is currently at $24,000. So that's helping pick up a little bit of the slack that we're seeing on the sales tax side. So overall, at kind of a fund level, this one's looking a little bit better than
we initially anticipated. Much better than the 9-month projection we were talking about looking at several months ago. So I think from that perspective, relatively positive.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Thank you, Danielle. Any other questions for Danielle? Thank you. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is to review Wheatland Investments Performance Agreement for the Bethel Estates of Lawrence, Phase 2.
Hi, Dee Walters with Community Development. I'm going to be handling this particular item today. I can share my screen if you guys need me to. I know that we just shared the final document this weekend. Just to kind of refresh your memory, this was allocated in 2019's batch and was approved by the City Commission in November of 2019. I will say that this was our first kind of introduction to housing trust awards that are working in conjunction with low-income housing tax credits. And there are a lot of intricacies with having to get the agreements set up to work with the syndicate investors and how all that goes together. So this was, I think, a pretty good learning experience for all of us. We talked to several different cities. We talked to their attorneys, our attorneys, other cities' attorneys. So there's been a lot of background work in this. So I know it seems like it's been forever since this was allocated, but I just kind of want to go over just a few points of it, you know, just to kind of point out. So just due to the lots and lots of pieces that kind of get involved in these trust allocations braided with tax credits, one of the main considerations that you're going to notice is that this is actually branded as a loan instead of a grant. Now, the loan is 100% forgivable based on the addendum and making sure that they, you know, follow through with their affordability, follow through with everything that they're supposed to. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing just to point out is that just the question of the unit breakdown and kind of how all that looks is going to be in recitals B. So it says the breakdown of 1 and 2 bedroom and how many units we're looking at. And in section 3, it kind of looks at the disbursement. And we had originally set this up to have different benchmarks that it could disperse by. I will say that just because the agreement wasn't done, it did not hold the project up, and they have been working on it this entire time. So by the time the agreement is ready and through all of the processes, they will actually be almost done with the entire project. So this will be able to go on the AHAB rolls very quickly after this goes through. So they will just be requesting 1 disbursement at the end. Okay. So yeah, so upon your approval of this, we will send it on to the City Commission. And then once the City Commission approves and authorizes the city manager to sign, then we will get it signed and we will be ready to reimburse them. So one of the representatives from Bethel was going to attend. I don't see him here, but I have been in the thick of this thing for several months, so I can probably answer most questions you might have. So.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Questions for Danny?
Danny, Rebecca Buford with Tenants to Homeowners. Yeah, it looked very thorough and I think well done for both sides, having been, you know, having sat at both of those ends. I think one thought just for future, not that you necessarily need to change, is that because it sounds like they're done with they're halfway done with the project, but that most of the funders through this project, through these kind of fundings, look for quarterly progress reports. And I'm just thinking for you guys, short-staffed and all, that might be enough in the future rather than a monthly report. I don't know if that's a HUD requirement or something that you were looking at specifically, but I know just in my experience, most of them require quarterly or even biannual reports.
Okay, we kind of worked with the, sorry, Danny Walters with Community Development. We worked with the template that Alyssa had originally put together, and that was in there. So that is good to know, though. I know, everyone kind of has different reporting mechanisms and different timeframes. So just kind of to keep that consistent so people aren't having to do a bunch of extra work would be helpful for everybody. So thank you. Thank you.
Ron Gaches, excuse me, Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Diane, do you need an action from the advisory board to forward this agreement along, or is this just a review on our part?
Yes,
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. Mr. Chair, I would recommend that the board do pass on a recommendation, a motion regarding this item. We will bring this agreement to the City Commission, probably on a consent agenda here at the earliest opportunity.
Chair would recommend a motion to recommend favorably the Wheatland Investments Performance Agreement for Bethel Estates of Lawrence Phase 2.
Rebecca Buford with Tenants to Homeowners. I recommend the approval of the Wheatland Estates Agreement for Housing Trust Fund allocation to move forward to the City Commission.
Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors. I would second that motion.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. We'll have a roll call vote. Dana Ortiz.
Aye.
Sarah Waters.
Aye.
Patrick Kelly. Patrick Kelly. Monte Soukup.
Aye.
Paul Newsom.
Aye.
Rebecca Buford.
Aye.
Made the motion, yeah. Erica Zimmerman.
Aye.
Erica, thank you. Christina Gentry.
Aye.
Edith Guffey.
Aye.
Thomas Howe.
Yes.
And Shannon Oury. Edith, did I miss you? Edith Guffey? No, I said.
I voted once. Edith Guffey, I don't want to vote twice.
Thanks. And Ron Gaches, yes. That is 12-0, the motion passes. Thank you. Is there any other new business to come before the advisory board? Seeing none, I'll remind you of our upcoming calendar meeting dates, October 12th, November 9th, and December 14th, continuing to meet on the second Monday of each month. We'll conclude then the regular agenda of our monthly Affordable Housing Advisory Board meeting and move to our retreat. I don't have any introductory comments before we begin discussion of these items. Does anyone have any comments they would like to make? Seeing none, we'll move to, I will make this comment. I'm sure that we're all still processing everything we heard from commissioners and asking ourselves, how do I apply all of that to what I'm doing the balance of the day? I don't know what the answers will be for me yet, but I'm really interested in hearing everyone's discussion of how the input we received integrates into our decision-making on these topics. I've heard some things that surprised me a little bit, so I'm still trying to think through how I feel about all of them. So the first item is to review Housing Toolkit priority tools identified during February 2020 retreat. Are these still the goals and tools we want to focus on?
If I may, Mr. Chair, Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director. Just a little bit of background on this item for the board's information there. The goals that are before you are from the 2019 retreat that the commission had held. This also reconnects back to your toolkit that was created about 2018 and also went through an update in 2019. And as part of our February retreat with the advisory board, we tried to kind of have an exercise of connecting the tools to the goals and which ways the advisory board thought the best way to make progress in those items were. So as part of your retreat agenda, you have the attachment of the vote tallies from those February meeting, kind of showing which tools the board thought was the most connected to the short-term goals that were on there. And as the chair has mentioned there, part of our question and your deliberation this afternoon is, are these still the goals and tools to focus on, or should there be a revision to these, a wholesale revision, or how would the body view these in terms of today's current situation? And with that, I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
And Jeff, just to be clear, the number on the page reflects the number of votes that a particular item received from our board members?
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director, that's correct.
So 11's better than a 1.
Yes.
Yeah. I just.
So, Mr. Chair, Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors. As I look at that the one that did receive the most votes, the 11 votes, fund the preservation and rehabilitation of small or modest homes through grants, buying blighted and or vacant properties. Have we made any progress? Have we done any of that to date?
Great question. And I don't know that we have.
When you say to date, do you mean any housing trust fund dollars? Thomas?
Since this is the priority, right? I mean, this is the one that got the most votes. What have we done to accomplish this since this vote was taken? That's my question. And yes, it could be from housing trust fund dollars, or it could be, I mean, yeah, I just want to know what progress we've made on our seemingly most valuable thing to us.
Dana Ortiz, Family Promise of Lawrence. We did use funding in our original demonstration project ages ago. So that produced, Rebecca, was it 2 units for purchase, or 2 units for rental and 1 unit for purchase? But I don't believe we've had any trust fund dollars since that time period.
I agree, Dana. I think you're right on that. Was what my thoughts on the overall allocations. Again, yeah, the money we got for lots at Beatnik Court is new development, really. That wasn't, although there were blighted houses torn down from there to make the new cul-de-sac, but so those are all probably considered small infill projects that are good for the neighborhoods. But as Thomas said, since we voted on this, I don't think there's been much action that way.
And so I might say, Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors, that Rebecca, what you just said was there were, let me see, small, modest homes which were blighted, which were, there was no funding or no preservation or rehabilitation of those done. They were just demolished.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that is the phone that keeps coming up. This Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. I think maybe we're misinterpreting what these numbers mean. We selected these 4 or 5 objectives, like narrow the rental gap, low to moderate income renters who want to. We did select those 4 or 5 objectives, whichever it is, 5. Then we were asked to put dots on the techniques that could be used to have an impact on those things. So I don't think it's fair to say that the one that got 11 things is the most important thing that we have done or need to do. I think it was a technique that people thought was a good technique. The 5 objectives are the things that we need to be making progress on, in my opinion.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Monte, thanks for that remembrance. That triggered more of that conversation in my mind also. These 5 goals that are stated here are the benchmark goals that our dashboard is organized around, as I recall. And we've tried to identify how each of the projects we've funded align with which of these goals. It's been a little bit of time since I looked at the dashboard last, but I believe that enumeration of which goals are addressed by each of these projects is included on the dashboard. But you're right. I think we saw that as kind of an underutilized opportunity, and so we all wanted to jump on it. But it didn't necessarily mean that we were going to be flowing trust fund dollars that way. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing more of that work.
Thank you for the clarification.
If I may, Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director. The goals that are noted here are your short-term goals, 2019 to 2023. So this was our 5-year focus for the board on those items there. And Bonnie's comment is exactly on point there. That was the best tool selected to achieve that one goal item. So I think kind of in what we've been hearing as part of your discussions over the last few months is maybe a slow debate about, do these goals still reflect what we're seeing as a goal or priority in our community, or is it time to kind of look at these and readdress them? Or are there new and different tools out there that we should take a look at as a way to meet these goals if they're still solid and to proceed?
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. And Jeff, I think there's one other question that we've been asking ourselves, and that is, some of these tools or activities are things that just haven't really come back up before the advisory board again. I'm looking at consider passing a city ordinance that makes source of income a protected class. We've had a couple of discussions, but we haven't even launched any language yet to do anything like that. So I think part of the desire to review these items is to get them back in front of ourselves, refresh our memory what we thought was important as recently as a year and a half ago, and ask ourselves, well, what have we done on that, and do we still think it's important? And if we still think it's important, but we haven't done anything on it, what can we do to advance that initiative somehow? What kind of jump start does it need, or what next step does it need? I appreciate other comments from advisory board members on what you think this discussion should include.
Paul Newsom, Lawrence Home Builders. I don't know that much has changed for me with any of this, except that we are now in a pandemic, and that might influence how some of this changes, which for me, that kind of connects back to the discussion with the commissioners. And I did not catch any kind of direction from them that they'd like to see any short-term solutions, or I didn't pick up on short-term goals for this addressing the pandemic other than scattered housing long-term.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. I think we did hear another recommendation from Commissioner Finkeldei, which was that we look at how the CARES Act funding is utilized the balance of the year. and see if there are anything that's effective through that funding that we might want to continue. Now, that doesn't sound like building new affordable housing to me necessarily, but it is another point of input that we received from one of the commissioners. Was anyone as surprised as I was that there weren't commissioners speaking up in support of vouchers and services as a priority? Yes, Dana.
Yeah, Ron, I was, and maybe it's the way that the conversation got started up with Commissioner Finkeldei from the get-go. And there is an awful lot of CARES money going in and available that has to be spent rather promptly this year, both through the county, as Commissioner Kelly certainly knows, as well as ESG funding that's coming in through. So from that perspective, I think that's an accurate assessment. And I was a bit surprised because that is shown to be such a critical component of getting folks most housed. Thomas, is there something you want to?
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't speak TLA. What is ESG?
Oh, Danny, are you on? Do you want to speak to that process really in a Twitter version?
Sure. Yeah, this is Danny Walters, Community Development. I was actually just typing in the chat to clarify a point.
Thank you.
ESG stands for the Emergency Solutions Grant. And the Emergency Solutions Grant was part of the overall CARES Act allocation that came to the state of Kansas. The city of Lawrence is an applicant annually to the state for regular emergency solutions grant funds. So this was just an additional amount. This money can be used for, I mean, it's a homeless grant. It originated out of McKinney-Vento funding, and then further into the HEARTH Act, which is an acronym, and I don't know off the top of my head what it stands for.
Neither do I.
Yeah, but what that money, we actually just found out that we're getting about $715,000 for that, which is incredible. But it is going to rapid rehousing for homeless folks who are in the shelter or who are on the streets, recently evicted, that kind of thing. It also goes to homelessness prevention. So if somebody finds themselves kind of in that state of flux where they're almost ready to lose their housing, it can assist with them. And then also operations for the Lawrence Community Shelter, and then also the Willow Domestic Violence Center. So I kind of had it on my radar to mention a couple of these things in the next one when you're looking at kind of that distribution of funds question, because these are short term. And with ESG, that while they don't have to be spent by December 31st, like the county's CARES money, we have until actually June of next year to spend this money. It's a big influx. It's going to help a lot of people, but then it's not going to be there. So that is a consideration, kind of how we look at that at that point when there's no more money for it. So.
Thank you.
That
so
was
much.
more the Instagram version than the Twitter version, but.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Danny. So I think that the need for supportive services is obviously clear. I heard from the commissioners much more units on the ground, like we've been talking about. And like I said, perhaps that was set up by Commissioner Finkeldei's initial comments on the CARES funding, and see what comes out as the highest outcomes in that. I do think, however, that there is this huge wave ahead of our community. We're certainly seeing it right now at Family Promise with the number of calls and the number of folks we're serving. And with Rebecca Buford and this housing stabilization collaborative we formed with other agencies in town to try to help. That money is going to be gone, and the issues are likely still going to be here for our community with the decreased employment opportunities and decreased hours and hospitality and such that's attached with so much of our community. So it is something that I want us to keep aware of, but I did not hear that as a priority from the commissioners. I did want to say that scattered site and vouchers go hand in hand. Vouchers, if we look at the map that Shannon provides, and Shannon was having some Wi-Fi trouble. Are you on now, Shannon? Is that you?
I'm just on the phone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now. So
Okay.
her map of the vouchers that are in our city do show a great scatter of housing through the voucher system. And Shannon could speak to that more clearly than I can, but certainly the folks we've served are all over our community and integrated into neighborhoods and contributing and part of our community in a beautiful way of all the things that we hope to achieve through affordable housing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Patrick Kelly. Shannon, since you're back, can you remind us a little bit about where the dollars for vouchers come from currently?
Sure. So that the Housing Authority has 732 regular Section 8 vouchers. All that money comes from HUD. We have 45 VASH vouchers, which are for veterans. All of that money comes from HUD. We have, gosh, let me do the math real quick. Approximately another 40 plus mainstream non-elderly disabled vouchers. All of that money comes from HUD directly to the Housing Authority. We have home funds that we get allocated through the city. We have one program with the city, and you guys were involved in that last allocation. We also have some home funds that come straight from the state that we do a partnership with Burton Ash. The recipients have to be Burton Ash client. And then we have New Horizons, which is the fund that the city and county fund together for guests at the shelter. We currently have 11 of those vouchers 11 families that are being funded out of that.
Thanks. I just wanted some clarity. And home funds can only be accessed by the city. Isn't that correct, Danielle?
This is Danny Walters. Yes, they come directly from HUD. We are an entitlement community. There's several different intricacies that go into the home, but yeah, the state gets an allocation for the non-entitlement areas, and then we get a entitlement allocation.
Thanks.
This is Christina Gentry, resident at large. Okay, I think you can hear me. To comment on what the commissioners said today, I think not too much. I think you asked if they surprised us. I think that was a question that you asked or that you posed to the group. I would think that not really too much surprised me. I do note that Stuart Boley a couple of times made it known the definition, and the purpose of our group was to disperse permanent, well, the definition was the permanent dispersed affordable equitable housing was our goal. He said that a few times, but he didn't use the word equitable. I just put that in there. The permanent dispersed affordable housing, I think we could look at affordable being relative. And we've been trying to move in equitable and use equitable practices when we make our decisions. So we're at least looking at that. And I appreciate that lens that we've been putting onto our group and our work. So if we had to add to Stuart Boley's goal and definition of what we should do as AHAB, I would add the equitable into what we should be looking at to do too. So if that makes sense. That was the only thing I thought I should make a note of publicly in this space that we have together.
What do board members think about funding projects that create 30-year affordability for rental projects? What if we had another Light Tech project come before us with 30-year affordable rental units?
Yeah, and this is Shannon Oury, the Housing Authority. This is one that I really struggle with because I'm a huge advocate for permanently affordable, but what I also know is that to use all of these vouchers that I just talked about, I need a landlord who will take the voucher, and all of the LIHTC projects will take Section 8 vouchers. And I fear that we will not get the numbers we need if we're not in some way supportive of some of those projects. So those are, you know, those are my concerns with saying absolutely not. I don't think we'll get enough units. So I think that's where the rub lies, and I was trying to, that was kind of my question, was to try to get the commissioners to help us out with that a little bit. I don't feel like I got anything but sympathy about, yep, that's hard.
And it is. Yeah, Ron Gaches, AHAB chair, and it is.
This is Edith Guffey. I don't think we can ever say absolutely not on anything. I think we always have to be flexible and look at the circumstances. I think that's our role at the committee.
I agree with that.
This is Sarah Waters, University of Kansas. I agree completely with Edith. I also, though, am wondering as we go into this next cycle, depending on how much money we have, if before we put stuff out, we should define, I don't know if it's a change of the rubric, but if we should say this would be top priorities, then the next priority, and the next, like give 3 kind of tiers, because once we get projects in front of us, sometimes I think we forget about these discussions. So just to remember that in those conversations once we get proposals. And maybe folks think we should shift rubric or weigh the scoring differently. I think that's really hard to do. But I'd like to remember what we thought the priorities were, or put them to the commission beforehand and say, all things being equal, which we all know they rarely are, but we're gonna try to do this one, and then this one, and then this one. Just a thought.
This is Patrick Kelly. I'm probably stating the obvious, so if I am, please forgive me. But I know that we want feedback from commissioners to get some direction from them. But you know, as we think about what their priorities are, I think we have to be conscious of our aspiration of having permanently affordable housing and reality. And I don't know that I know that an elected is going to have some challenges saying I'm not in favor of permanent affordable housing. I just think that creates a really tricky spot for an elected official. And so I think that's the plus of having an advisory board, you know, to look at those nuances that that Edith nicely talked about, you know, saying we maybe need to always consider all of the nuances of a project in its totality. And I think that's sometimes a tough spot to put electeds in. Are you for or against permanent affordable housing? I'm for it. I want to be clear there. I'm very much for it. So just something to think about.
This is Rebecca Buford with Tenants to Homeowners. And I think what I'm hearing everyone talk about is the need for flexibility, but also a balance of allocation, because we know all of these needs are great. And that I think we all tend to are drawn towards a good balance where we have some brick and mortar projects and we have, you know, some housing services. I don't think it would be a horrible idea to have a very general bucket, you know, or 2 or 3 general buckets, even if I dare we say pandemic housing response be a considered priority. Because I do think that's going to be an issue in next year, especially the first 6 months. But really, let's be honest, the next 12, the whole next year, we're not going to be out of pandemic. So that HSC program that's being given lots of money from CARES, about $850,000, which is wonderful. But I do feel like if people aren't working full time, what do we do when that goes away? So maybe having, you know, some thoughts about pandemic housing bucket and housing services bucket and capital project bucket, and how do we kind of say, you know, a third is what is our priority. And then obviously if we have an amazing project in one of them that takes more, we have the flexibility for that. I think that would help everyone in their decision making, and it would help everyone looking to ask in this time when everything's kind of, all of our priorities are in flux.
Other questions, comments? And one of the commissioners, Ron Gaches, AHAB chair, one commissioner suggested that if you don't get what you want, don't fund anything. Now that, I think, goes hand in hand with being more specific about what you want. You know, I still have these 5 goals sitting here in front of me, and I keep looking at them, and you know, they don't all say permanent affordable housing. You know, they talk about making improvements to existing housing.
Ron?
Yes, sir.
This is Paul Newsom, Lawrence Home Builders. So my general kind of feeling is that we are looking at a huge need, and we've got to just use as much of the fire hose, water, and pressure that we can to address that need. And ultimately, the commissioners have the authority to say yay or no to whatever we recommend. So it's still, the ball still lands in their court, but I still think we go with trying to address the need as much as possible. I don't, not awarding funds would seem, that would surprise me.
I was surprised to hear it too, myself.
This is Edith Guffey. You know, when I looked at those 5 areas, 5 priorities that we had set, we actually focused primarily on number 2 and number 4 a little bit. There are 3 others that we barely even touched, which kind of surprised me. And I don't know if we didn't get those proposals or what, but there'd be a lot more we could do. And that's not just new permanent housing.
Well, Ron Gaches, AHAB chair, Edith, don't you think that goal number 1 though, and maybe it's just the nomenclature I'm not familiar with, narrow the rental gap, isn't that really what we're doing with vouchers?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And well,
so I think that this, you know, what Rebecca brings up with the idea of buckets and how do we allocate the funds.
Tom, we can't hear you. You've frozen.
I'm not sure why. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. So the allocate, you know, we did get some voucher requests. We got some services requests. I think of Independence Inc., which I don't believe we funded. I think that we've gotten those, but because we did not have a mechanism for allocating into those different buckets, we just didn't do that. And so I think one of the things we've talked about a few times at our meetings is how do we set those allocations? Rebecca says, you know, a third. I'm not convinced that's the right number. You know, maybe it's 25%, 25%, 50%. I don't know how that all breaks out. But I think that if we have that structure put into place then we might have a better way to address vouchers, each of the number, the 5 priorities that we have. And I was thinking that was one of our key initiatives for this retreat, was to see if we could come up with a way to do those allocations.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I'd like to just kind of mention that this is the funding discussions coming up as item number 2 on your agenda. Would it be beneficial for the commission to kind of merge item number 1 and 2 at this point? Because it seems like the goals discussion and the funding discussion are really strongly linked. So if I could have Danny kind of step in and give a little bit of background on that to kind of help maybe provide that full linkage for the board.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Jeff, that's a great recommendation. I think our discussion has already started to blur the lines between items number 1 and 2, and they clearly are integrated. So if Danny would like to continue, that'd be fine.
Yeah, Danny Walters, Community Development. I can just kind of jump in here. I thought maybe that it would help if I could share my screen and kind of show you both what the BBC market study suggested for kind of breaking up that allocation, and then also we have the Justice Matters research group that looked at the same thing. So just give me a second. Hopefully I will not kill my whole computer here. You never know with this. Right. All right, you guys can see that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, kind of the way that I had set this up, just to introduce you to it, because I figured I'll just give you the background on it and then you guys will run with it. So what BBC did with these 2 charts is they looked at the goals from the previous board retreat, the one that we were just talking about with the different tools and the dots and all of that, and they kind of showed that if you were to look at with an estimate of $1,050,000 per year annually, and you broke it up kind of evenly, and this one took your 5 and then also added increased supportive housing programs, which I think gets at that kind of non-capital piece. It looks like 175,000. And again, this isn't a traditional sales tax year, but that's the even. But then when you look at what our actual goals that were set were, that's going to be the next chart. They combined quite a few things into that 672,000. If you look at the equal distribution, you're looking at about, I figured it at 16.7% each of that total funding. But then when you look at kind of those goals, you're looking at a bigger chunk there. So approximately 64% of the distribution, kind of based on what the dashboard goals were, would be to new units, homeless programs, supportive housing programs, and then expiring subsidies. The next chunk is going to be that financial assistance to owners, and that's just over 20%, about 21%. And then around 7.58%, split pretty close between the enhancement of existing units, which is going to be that kind of rehab type thing, and then also financial assistance to renters, which would fall into that voucher place. So that's what the BBC one looked like. Now I'm going to stop share on this one and grab the other one. And I went ahead and created a, hold on, I just about canceled the whole meeting. Don't want to do that. All right. So here's what we have for the Justice Matters piece. And I think that this first part, the housing allocation plan, was what was included in the agenda and the packet. So it's just, you know, it's just another way besides a graph to kind of show what they were looking at. And, you know, just kind of as a reminder, the model that Justice Matters put together was based on research from about 7 different communities with all who had affordable housing programs within their municipality. They suggested putting together an allocation plan, which really defines the programs to be funded, the objectives, who can apply, how they're used, and everything. So what we're looking at here would be the ownership properties, ownership properties, which is going to be your new construction or your housing rehab. Rental development, which also would be new construction and conversion of rental units. Your vouchers kind of sit there by themselves. The affordable housing capacity building and opportunities. I think that this is kind of what you guys were, the direction you were going with the kind of emergency set aside of money. To me, that's kind of what this one says, and I'm sure Monte could jump in too if I say this completely wrong, but it seems, you know, from the discussion here that, you know, funds available to take advantage of time-sensitive opportunities to add affordable units, which I think you could also maybe put together with what's going on in the community at that time. And then owner-occupied repair would be that next pot that they were looking at. The last 2 are just they don't have dollar amounts to them, so they were more suggestions of things to look at. But just to keep everything on an even, I went ahead and made a pie chart. So this kind of shows you, based on their recommendations on here, how that looks in comparison to what BBC had. So you're looking at, again, the biggest chunk being the home buyer assistance and then the rental development. And then your time sensitive opportunities is a decent size chunk as well. And then housing vouchers and then owner occupied repair. So obviously, you know, some things to consider when we're looking at these is this was from 2018. And, you know, the BBC was, I believe, I don't know, this year's been very long, but I think it was just last year that we got that. That housing study might have been the year before. So a lot has changed in kind of the general landscape of what we're looking at and kind of what's going on. So needs may have shifted somewhere in there. So, and like I had mentioned just a little bit ago, you know, we do have some influx of money coming into the community from different CARES Act programs. That influx is only temporary. So there does need to be, you know, some thought about what do things look like after those funds are spent, and, you know, kind of whose responsibility is it to look at that. And also, you know, in here would be kind of what the city commission expectations are. So hopefully that's a good enough introduction for you to kind of start braiding together these 2 conversations and seeing where we go. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any question? Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Any questions for Danny?
This is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. I would just add on the Justice Matters pie chart. I think our suggestion in the narrative was that the allocation be looked at every year so that you would target the kinds of projects that you wanted to have a response to and allocate your dollars appropriately. So that allocation that we came up with for 2018 was just a single year, you know, a picture in time. So that's all I would add to that. Mm-hmm. Good presentation, Danny. Mm-hmm.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Comments, discussion?
Yeah, this is Patrick Kelly. Just a quick question for Monte. Is there been thought about that idea of, okay, let's set our priorities for the year about how long it takes a project to get into the system? Do we need, you know, is a year the right timeline? Is 2 years the right time? I mean, has there been any thought in that?
Well, I think, again, I think our report said you would periodically do a housing study and then base your allocations based on the housing study. So that maybe isn't an annual thing. Our process happens to be annual. The other thing I think that we struggled with in Lawrence is the problem is so big. I mean, we can't produce enough houses to overcome our problem. So part of that allocation is kind of set, you know, we know we need to create units. Then it really becomes how much are you willing to carve off to do these other things that are needed, like vouchers, and, you know, how much priority do those have? So it's kind of an interesting study.
Well, we've opened up the discussion on agenda items C1 and 2. What other thoughts do people have about allocation of funds? I kind of like the Justice Matters allocation of funds myself. What we're hearing from commissioners is we should maybe tighten that focus some. And what I'm also hearing is that, you know, as an advisory board, we need to retain our independence and offer commissioners what we think is the best possible recommendation, not necessarily what they tell us they're looking for, but what we believe collectively is the most important place to spend city dollars. And everyone, please go ahead.
This is Shannon Oury. So obviously, you know, one of the important functions that the voucher piece coming from this funding source for us is the shelter, right? Because we created, and that was created because the wait lists on all the other, you know, I kind of gave you the, you know, 5 or 6 different pots of money, but that we utilize primarily coming from HUD. This is really the primary local funding that we have. And it was created because the wait lists on all of our programs were so long that we weren't getting people out of the shelter. So there's a connected piece here, kind of from a community-wide standpoint of that's why this was created, because the housing authority is always 98, 99% leased up in everything we have, and the turnover that we have isn't enough to really make a dent, particularly in places like the shelter. You know, the housing authority, we created our own vouchers for victims of domestic violence that we work with Willow and Family Promise to try to reach that particular vulnerable population that can't sit around and wait on the wait list. And so some of this is connected. It's one of those things where if we don't fund some vouchers out of this, that will put stress on another community partner, including Family Promise, whose Dana's on the call, but also at the shelter. And I am a firm believer we need to have a carve out or a set aside, because having gone through the application thing, it is really hard to compete against, you know, one of these projects that's bringing a lot of rental units or bringing some really new kind of cutting edge, you know, home ownership opportunities, which I'm completely in favor of, but I think it is so hard to compare the different pieces. I also would say I'm not sort of in the third category. I think the hard units on the ground, when we go to ask the voters to refund this, is going to be really important. And so I do have a preference. One, it costs way more to build a unit And we should be taking that into consideration. I just see no way to have $175,000 for new units. We'll get none if that's our take.
It's Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. Ron, I think we've got two things here. One, we need to, I think, make a decision if we think we should try to come up with an allocation. Just make that decision, yes or no, we want to do that, or we want to do a come all like we've been doing. And then we need to talk about, if we decide to go that way, then we can talk about what that allocation starts to look like. I'm not sure everybody's at the point to where we think we want to do, you know, we want to create an allocation guideline. And I would call it a guideline. You know, if you have a project that comes in that's a superstar, you may want to be able to have the ability to vary from that. To Edith's point, you got to be flexible.
This is Patrick Kelly, and I apologize. They're installing something right outside my window, so get ready. But I've advocated before and will continue to advocate for flexibility in the process. I think to Shannon's point, we're at a crisis situation when it comes to affordable housing, and it sort of feels like we're allocating Band-Aids in the middle of a crisis. And I think we have to trust our decision-making process. This is a process, and trust that process as we work through it for making the right decisions with the projects we have available. I'm more in favor of setting aside monies to go after certain projects, to be more, I heard that from the commissioners today, to be more aggressive in maybe courting projects or working with partners, and instead of waiting for them to come to us. But I just don't want to give up that flexibility. I mean, Monte, just in what he said there, sort of circled around and came back to, well, we should have an allocation, but I want to, maybe it's just a guideline. And you know, and so I'll continue to advocate for flexibility and trusting our process.
Thank you, Patrick. Other opinions? Well, Monte, your comment about, you know, we've got two things to decide, I think that's completely right. Let's see just a non-binding show of hands. Who would be supportive of some kind of a guideline indicating an allocation of our spend between capital projects and non-capital spending? Who would generally be supportive of something like that?
And Ron, you can't see me. This is Shannon Oury. I'm in favor of that.
Okay. That looks to be a comfortable majority of hands. Does anyone want to propose an allocation? Or propose a set of guidelines, or propose a articulation of priorities?
I am reading the room here, and it looks like Edith has something that I'd like to hear. And if not, I apologize. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it looked like you wanted to say something.
No, I just like some clarity about whether this is, oh gosh, I've struggled with this the whole time. You guys know that. About whether this is what we're going to do. Whether, and I guess that's what we're trying to say, that housing, that part of our purpose is to fund services. And so let's just, if that's it, then let's just say that that's going to be a continuing piece of what this role, this housing trust fund is going to do. And that's what we're doing, right? Or is it going to change every time? Is it going to be based on the circumstances?
Well, I think that's left for us to decide. What kind of rules and guidelines would you like to have? Right now, the rules and guidelines we have an open ask for projects that might apply against any of our 5 short-term goals, which are pretty broad, and we're not very directive at all. I think that if we start to have some type of an earmark or guideline or representation of what we're looking for, then we're becoming more specific than we've been in the past. The simply waiting for the marketplace to provide us projects has left some gaps in what we had earlier said were things we'd like to see done. For my own part, I would hate to see something remain as a 5-year goal if we've decided amongst ourselves that's not something that we're going to recommend any trust fund dollars to be spent on. If I'm going to fall dramatically short on a goal because we decided along the way to walk away from it, I'd rather update our goals and say, provide an explanation of we've decided that these dollars are not for this purpose, at least not for this period of time. But my most immediate desire, Edith, is just to clarify what should be the rules for the fall cycle of funding availability.
Okay, so this is for the fall cycle.
Yes, ma'am. All I'm trying to do is get us to Bright on the assignment that we really need to complete by the end of this meeting, because this notification, if it stays on the calendar year cycle that it's gone out in the past, this notification of funding availability goes out before our next meeting. We receive those projects in October, we make decisions on them in November, and we make recommendations that the City Commission considers in December. We don't have to stay with that cycle. But if we stay with that cycle, then we need to come to some closure on, do we want any changes made to the notification that we've provided in the past, which is just an open ask.
Mr. Chair, this is helpful. I was just trying to clarify whether this is a overall philosophical shift for all times or just this one-time cycle that we're talking about.
Well, I just articulated what my goal is for the meeting, but I don't want to guide or limit people's discussion on this issue.
And Mr. Chair, Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors representative. My feeling about this has been that while the priority right now is, yes, we have to get this in place so that when the funding cycle comes up, we're prepared. At the same time, having some guidelines, having some formula, and Edith, that doesn't, to me, it means, yes, right now it is for this cycle, but I don't see it as a one-time thing. I think that if we want to put guidelines in place, we want to put guidelines in place. It does not mean that they cannot vary in the future, but if we're going to say we want to support services and we want to support hard costs, that here's how we're going to do it. That's it's a framework that we're going to look at down the line. It's not just for this one funding cycle. That's been my feeling about it. I am not obviously the determinant of how the body chooses to do it, but that has been my feeling around it.
Other comments?
This is Monte, Soukup Justice Matters, and I guess I would ask Rebecca, Erica, Dana, and Shannon, as people that have made submissions, would it be helpful to you as a person, entity making a submission, to know this body hopes to spend $50,000 to $100,000 on X, you know, $50,000 to $100,000 on Y, and $500,000 on Z, to help you formulate your submission, knowing that we're targeting services with these dollars. Is that helpful as a so I guess
so this is Shannon, and I would say yes, it's very helpful, because I mean, it is a lot of work, you know, to go through these submissions. And we don't, like, I don't mind doing the work at all, but I mean, sometimes it can be discouraging to kind of go through it, and then you have some massive project come in and you know, knock everybody, you know, that we just can't compete against, right? I mean, like, I totally get it. And so that's why I say I think vouchers and the services piece should you know, I'm in favor of having a reasonable set aside with the majority of the money left for the hard units, because then you sort of take that piece out of it. We meet some of the goals that we've been talking about, and yet we're not stopping development of hard units, which, you know, I think most, you know, based on our numerous conversations, I think most people think is really quite a top priority for this board and for this money.
This is Monte, Justice Matters. I think on the flip side, that also helps the people with the big projects coming in to recognize that we don't have $1 million to allocate to that. We have $800,000. So their ask is going to be tailored to allow us to not face that really tough decision of all of one and nothing of everything else. I think it could be helpful for the board as well in that decision process.
I think so too, Monty, Rebecca, with tenants to homeowners, that on both sides of that it does help us to make sure that again, we know the demand is great. We're not going to meet it all, but a goal of meeting some of the demand in these goal areas and knowing what kind of money we're prioritizing for those goal areas allows us to all put together better projects and allows you to make easier decisions allocating, you know, to each of those pieces. So you're not doing apples to apple or apples to oranges, which seems like, you know, I'm usually excluded from that harder choice, which I'm not complaining about because that sounds horrible. But thank you all for making those hard choices. But it seems like it would be easier to compare two projects that are services, and we say, yeah, which one do we want to give this money, you know, this basket of money to, and we know we're providing services in the array of housing supports we want to provide each year. And that if we had a bucket that could be moved from one group to another or for timely decisions, that would really allow you to possibly add that to another bucket on a project that was just amazing. But it would also limit, like Monty said, people asking for everything.
This is Christina Gentry, resident at large. I know that we have kind of said it and kind of spoke it, but I would like for one of our goals to be outlined into saying specifics. We know that housing is a social determinant of health. I would like for us to be a little bit intentional with our goals, to outline them in the way that speaks to disparities that impede the achievement of health for the members of our community that are BIPOC community members. Now, if we do talk about goals that we would like to set, that we make that intentional inclusion of that language so that we are we are moving in that direction, but we're also honestly offering transparency of what we are our priority areas and issue areas for our community members.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Christina, can come back through that again and be a little bit more specific in some of the language that you'd like added?
Sure. So, you know, this is a lot of information. We know that the median income for our community is significantly different for different demographics. I think we spoke on that in different meetings, but I would like for us to come to an understanding of what our verbiage and what our goal is, and to outline it and to just say it and be transparent and be intentional to let the community know that we are looking at and we understanding how housing is a social determinant of health, and that we are, let's see, making it an intention or more intentional to address equity and healthcare disparities that housing or lack of access to housing creates for our BIPOC community. And I'm sorry, I didn't get my introduction as Christina Gentry, resident at large. But I hope that that was a little bit clear. So, see, as I do have a tendency to think and then talk at the same time. So I could definitely get some information that and clarification of a sentence that's a little bit stronger and come back to you with that. But that's kind of my thoughts of just trying to make sure that we're intentional and that we are also offering accountability and making ourselves accountable. And then we're also letting our community know what our goals are as a board.
Thank you. And never apologize for thinking and talking at the same time. I usually talk without thinking and doesn't go very well. Some other comments on that. What are folks' reactions? Supportive? I like the idea of doing everything we can to be as transparent, and I like your use of the word intentional. Intentional. Tell people exactly what we're trying to do, and look for the best fit, the best offer with what we're trying to do. Well, we've wandered a little bit away from the issue because I sense that folks are somewhat reluctant to offer up a specific proposal. Are we? Yes, Dana.
I think I get the sense that we're there, or close to it, but I'd like to incorporate back several comments backwards from where Edith raised it, the concern about, is this a forever thing? And then before that, Edith, you said something that I thought just crystallized with all of us. We have to be somewhat flexible. So as the use of guidelines, I think, allow that kind of flexibility. I'd love for us to adopt some guidelines for funding with maybe it's the pot set aside, but with the overarching need for flexibility. If this year has taught any of us anything, it's that we have to be flexible and we can't imagine the unexpected. And so there's going to be things that come up that are great projects, and maybe they're going to require 80% of our funding. And we have to allow ourselves that kind of flexibility to have this discourse, to understand the situation, the time. And I completely agree with Christina, adding a very transparent goal of equity and understanding into our decision-making process.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Diane
Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. If I might, just a suggestion as I listen to all of your
great comments about this. One approach might be that you could be very deliberate in the language in your RFP and kind of describe, the situation this year. You could be very, very intentional about saying that this, based on the situation this year, this is what we're looking at. You could set up the maximum flexibility, even if you wanted to provide some general either buckets of funds for certain things, or you could say that that we're giving extra weight to projects that bring these kind of goals. So weighting is a way maybe to think about it. You could also, even if you settled on a dollar amount or a percent of the funds that you're going to allocate, you could say something like, leave yourself flexibility if you don't receive any proposals in a particular bucket to either have those funds, roll over to the next year, or you could say if we don't receive any in a certain category, that would enable the board to look at the reallocation of funds as it sees fit and making the recommendations based on the proposals that are received. So just a few ideas for you. I mean, I think you could be very deliberate with how it is that you phrase the notice of funding, if you will, to really reflect what it is that you're trying to achieve here. And also, if you did want to set aside funds to do things that aren't through this process, that this would be the time to do that and to signal what it is that you wanted to use those funds for. For example, if you had a desire to move forward some of the things that you all talked about earlier today, which is, for example, purchasing up some housing stock, funds for rehab and things like that, that really are proactive programs that the city would need to undertake. Those could be things that you also consider, maybe taking off the top and setting aside and giving some recommendations to the commission on how that would be directed.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Diane, you were so gracious in suggesting that we would be able to craft that language when I know most of that responsibility is going to fall on staff, but thank you.
Happy to do that.
Yeah. Well, I like that approach, and I think it speaks to a lot of what I'm hearing. Do we, I'm trying to come to closure on one possible outcome. Do we want to do some type of an earmark or a set aside or some kind of a cap and clearly identify that we're looking for projects either that are directly responsive to the needs created by the pandemic, number one, or perhaps articulate a priority of looking for a project that would be west of Iowa. Do we want to have either one of those kinds of things included in the language that would go in the notice of funding availability? Or are we more comfortable not providing that kind of language?
Crickets. Thomas, Lawrence Board of Realtors representative. I think that if we have priorities, if the City Commission has said these elements are important to us, there's no reason not to, not necessarily prioritize them, but certainly advertise that they are important to us. So I wouldn't have any objection to saying, we're very interested in projects west of Iowa. We are very interested in, whatever those things may be. Not necessarily saying we're going to do this, but not talking about them.
Thank you, Thomas. Other comments?
This is Rebecca with Tenants to Homeowners. I agree that this issue has been talked about for the last 2 years, and it's a little frustrating because one, the public and neighborhoods and commissioners don't always understand the timeline for things. You know, when I buy lots, it's probably 2 years before I build on a lot. So this has been a good opportunity to educate about development timelines. You know, when we buy a lot is way before we start building on it. So we have this pipeline of lots. There seems to be a lot of frustration that no one's building on the west side yet, when that idea, and we very much have heard that many neighborhoods want us to have housing opportunities further west, and I couldn't agree more with that. My real concern with some of that, though, is it's a guy's NIMBYism argument of, I don't want affordable housing in my neighborhood, and they can say, so go do it over there. And again, I completely agree, we need housing in every neighborhood, but I think some of us affordable housing advocates have been used saying, this board has said we need to move housing on the west side, so that people in other neighborhoods where affordable housing is being developed currently are saying we don't want it, which to me is a really guised, not in my backyard argument that has racial undertones and in classism and all sorts of things that we don't want to be a part of. So I think being really careful about how we word that yes, we're acknowledging and hearing the community's concern that affordability is in every neighborhood, and that could not be more of a concern for those of us that do affordable housing. We've been talking about that for years. However, that shouldn't stop affordable housing in all neighborhoods, including on the east side. And I'm really concerned about that becoming a very negative, several people that, and I'm not really sure where that's coming from either, because new affordable housing is very different than deferred maintenance affordable housing due to neglect. And that maybe our ability to address that might be going into neighborhoods and doing some more rehab projects. And so our rehab goals, I think, may do some good to saying, look, we're improving the neighborhood, but the new construction in those neighborhoods is a huge improvement too. And I just hate to see this not in my backyard argument continue to come up and no one state that this is not an equitable action to say, I don't want affordable housing in my neighborhood, no matter if you're already a lower income neighborhood.
Rebecca, thank you for articulating very well something that I've been thinking in the back of my mind, didn't really know how to wrap the words. So Diane, you've been receiving lots of direction from board members. We don't have any specific recommendations to you yet on any kind of specific earmarks or buckets of money. Anybody want to go there with any recommendations for this, for the process of this notice of funding availability? Is anyone interested in advocating for a specific set aside or cap or minimum for spending in any particular area? Yes,
so
Shannon?
Ron, is this I'm assuming we can do a up to sort of amount, because I think both Edith and Patrick's comments about retaining as much flexibility as we can is really good, but I do think we can set, that we could have some sort of, what was it? I can't remember exactly what the total number is, but let's just say whatever, what we're going to allocate, to say something like, 15% or 20% will be allocated to vouchers and or services, something along those lines where, but leave it as an up to, because I think it's correct that we want to maintain as much flexibility as we can. If we get some great project and we get 100 units on the ground, or, you know, that kind of thing, I don't think any of us want to have to pass that up.
Shannon, this is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. I think I like your idea of maybe there are just 2 buckets, and we don't even call them buckets. I hate using that term. We just say something like in the RFP, the board anticipates spending approximately 80% of the allocation on new housing units and approximately 20 on services and other, you know, other things or something, whatever. If, maybe that's the wrong percentage, but maybe you just kind of create 2 separate things. So when we're looking at proposals, we've sent the right message that these are the kind of 2 kinds of proposals we're looking for. This is about where we're going to spend or what we anticipate spending, but we're not committing to anything.
The chair has identified a slow-moving amendment or motion. 15%, 20%? Are there more than 2 supportives?
Erica Zimmerman, Lawrence Habitat for Humanity. My only concern with just the 2 buckets or pots or whatever you want to call them is the owner-occupied rehab. We talked about that as being an important tool for helping some of the affordable housing stock. So I would just want to call some attention to make sure that's included. Maybe, I know you said new construction, Monte, but maybe there's a different phrase that we can use. I like the 2-pot idea. Maybe there's a different phrase we can use instead of new construction.
Monte, would you be comfortable if the new construction pot included rehabilitation of existing structures?
I'm not sure why you're asking me, but
well, because
yeah, I'm okay.
I'm okay with
that. I think it's just to try to give somebody a guideline of, look, we anticipate we're going to spend a certain amount of money. It's not all going to go to capital assets on the ground, you know, whatever you want to call it.
Well,
maybe the city can develop the RFP. We can, you know, this as a group, we can review it and critique it and tweak the language to get it where we want it.
And I'm Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors. I might suggest that, you know, Ron, the numbers that you're suggesting are pretty heavily weighted towards capital projects, towards construction. And perhaps if we were to say up to 33% to go to services and vouchers and things of that type, might make that more accessible or a little more flexible.
And this is Shannon Oury at the Housing Authority. Would that be 33% is for? I mean, would we draft it as broad as anything but new units? Because that would give us the most flexibility, take into consideration Erica's issue, and then that gives developers who are looking for something an ability to sort of have a specific number.
This is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. That's what I was trying to suggest. Maybe I did not articulate it, but that we just have one for these capital permanently affordable rentals, whatever, new homes, whatever it is, that piece, and then everything else in another bucket. And I wasn't trying to suggest 80-20 either. I suggested we come up with a percentage that we're happy with.
Yeah.
Or that we just create ranges. You know, maybe if you create a range, that's simpler for people to get, you know, whatever.
Zimmerman, Lawrence Habitat. Ron, you had mentioned something about a possible set aside for COVID-19, anything that has been affected by COVID-19, is that a pot that we would be interested in adding at this time for this process as well? Or do you think that could just fall into the other kind of two pieces that we're talking about for funding? Would that just be understood that some of those projects would qualify there, or is it important to set aside something else so that we look intentional and understand that there are others fighting that struggle right now?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Erica. Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. My choice of those words were intended to signal our external constituents, citizens of Lawrence, that we're trying to be, that we recognize that we're in uncharted and new territory, and we're trying to recognize that by creating some added flexibility in this year's notice of funding availability to respond to the community impacts as a result of the pandemic. And it occurs to me that that would be a real good time to reference in some of the language which Christina has suggested, acknowledging the adverse impacts on stakeholder groups and constituent groups, citizens of Lawrence, that have been most adversely impacted by a pandemic.
Okay, so this is Shannon. I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to try to cobble all of these things in a motion. I make a motion that in our next funding application, we indicate that we will set aside up to 33% of the available funds for projects other than capital new construction. That we will add to the application a question about impact of COVID on the request, and that the equity issue be specifically raised in that application process.
Point of
Thank you,
clarification.
Shannon. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Rebecca with Tenants to Homeowners.
And Mr. Chair, it sounded like we had further discussion once the motion is now in place.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just making a couple of notes.
So this is Patrick Kelly. I never love motions that have multiple parts to them because I don't know which thing I'm voting for. Since we've got a motion and it's on the table, I will be voting against it because I just don't feel comfortable compounding a motion, adding this to the, we could make 3 different motions, but it's uncomfortable to me because then you don't know what you voted for. So
Patrick, the chair would entertain a motion to divide the question and restate the motion any way you'd want. And if the maker of your motion or your second agrees to that, then you've got the new motion on the table.
maybe the first motion to be made, and I'm not going to make it, would be that we would allocate 33%, up to 33%. But I'm not sure I'd vote for that, so I don't feel comfortable making a motion for it. So, but that would be the first one, and then the other two maybe as different motions. I heard 3 things in there. Shannon, I'm sorry to do that to you. Am I confusing something there?
No, but I mean, I think it's, I mean, people can vote the way they want. What I was trying to do is make sure that we got the concern about to make sure that there was a place in the application for the COVID connection. So, but I'm happy to take them separately. I mean, I don't want to have to restate it all, but I agree there were three pieces. The first is up to 33% for non-new construction. The second piece of it was that there would be a place in the application to make a connection to COVID. And the third piece was that the application state our policy on equity. So I make those as three separate motions. I don't know how we.
I'll second the first motion. Let's vote on that.
Chair's a little bit confused. Rebecca, when you say the first motion, you mean the original motion or the first component of the motion?
Thank you, Ron. Sorry, that was confusing. First component of the broken apart motion.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have some other discussion? Yes, Tom.
Mr. Chair, point of order. You have a motion and a second on the floor. I believe that needs to be withdrawn or voted on and voted down before we can move forward with another motion. I think something has to happen to the motion and the second, which is active on the floor.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm happy to withdraw it. Shannon, Oury, the Housing Authority.
Does the second concur?
That's fine. We
Yes.
can't amend it into three different motions.
Oh, we could, but this will be faster.
Okay, whatever's
Okay.
faster.
So the original motion has been withdrawn, and the new motion is the first component part of the original motion, which is to create a cap of 33% for other than new construction.
Is that essentially, Paul, with Lawrence Home Builders, is that essentially getting to services?
That would include, well, anything other than new construction. So it would include services, vouchers. It can include rehab of existing facilities. It could include anything else other than new construction. Any other discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Ron, I think this is Rebecca with 10 Stonemarks. I think we included rehab as part of that construction. So it's not new construction, but construction and new, you know, that we're creating a unit or that we're rehabbing a unit, bricks and mortar was my understanding. If that's
okay.
not, if it's only new construction, I think that limits our ability to do rehab and other things with if that much is only for new construction. Seems like we should do construction and supportive services, you know, and subsidy to help people pay for rent as the two different groups that we tend to look at, because those are the two things that are hard to compare.
Okay, chair's in doubt of the motion. I'm going to go to the original maker of the motion and ask for clarification of her intent.
Yeah, so I was under the impression that when we got to the amount of the 33%, we had included rehab in the, what I'm going to call other category, so that that the rehab would be in that bucket. Now, I do think, you know, as I'm sitting here and hearing Rebecca, so let's say she wants to buy an existing unit and put it in the affordable world. That's a different cost thing. When I was thinking of what Erica was saying, she's saying we have elderly people and we're going to help them fix up their existing home. I think that's more like a service. And so that was my intent was that would be in the 33%.
This is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. What if we took just a little bit different approach and said a project in the one bucket is a project that creates a newly affordable housing unit? However you get there, whether that's rehab, whatever. And then the other bucket is then things that don't actually create a new affordable unit, but help keep someone in an affordable unit, help someone find an affordable unit or afford affordable unit. You know, it's all that other stuff, but it doesn't actually create a new affordable unit. Is that an easier definition to get your head around?
Monty, it's Rebecca with TTH. That's exactly what I was imagining. And Shannon, you're right. Rehab, like update seniors who are already living in the unit is not creating a new unit. It's just maintaining theirs. So yeah, I think we're all on the same page with that.
Chairs,
I adopt that clarification as part of my motion.
So rehabilitation of existing homes would be would come out of the 33% and not part of the bucket called new construction. Is that correct?
Correct. And I think the bucket is now called new affordable unit.
New affordable units, and the second bucket is everything else.
Right.
Okay.
And this is Christina Gentry. I just wanted to point out that I think what I'm hearing, and maybe that's not the intent, but what I'm hearing is the equity is almost like an afterthought in this. We're adding equity into that bucket of things. We're also going to include some inclusive language and be more direct and intentional with our language. I just want to make a clarification that we should probably have a separate motion for equity and addressing equitable endeavors and actions that we take towards affordable housing.
And Chairman expects that that's what's coming. And if it doesn't come, I'll turn to you and you can make that motion. But I expect that all three component parts of this will get before the committee. If there are no other comments on the current motion, the chair will.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Patrick Kelly. I'm going to make a comment on this one.
Yes, sir.
This is really tough for me because I really understand. I want there to be services included in these dollars, but I'm really struggling with this idea of giving ourselves, and I understand with being specific about our goals. And at the same time, I think we have a process in place that allows us to evaluate these. I understand that it's a competitive process, and that can be problematic for those who apply because you put a lot of effort and energy into a project, and then some other big project comes along and you feel like, wow, I can't seem to get this. And I get that, I understand that. I just want to make sure that we're honoring the process that we have in place and not, I just think it's a good process that we have in place. And I think our goals are clear to folks. And I'm going to vote no on this because I think I want to maintain that flexibility.
Very good. Chair will call the question and we'll proceed with a roll call vote. Shannon Oury?
Yes.
Tom Howe?
Thomas, yes.
Edith Guffey?
No.
Christina Gentry? Gentry?
No, thank you.
Erica Zimmerman?
Yes.
Rebecca Buford?
Yes.
Paul Newsom?
Yes.
Monte Soukup?
Yes.
Sarah Waters?
No.
Dana Ortiz?
I'm afraid that in all the conversation, I lost what we're voting on.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't vote yet.
We are, and I am not going to be able to capture all of the language, but we have taken the earlier motion and broken it into component parts. And right now we're voting on the notion of creating a set aside of a 33% cap for non-new construction spending, with the balance to be earmarked for new construction spending.
Up to is in the language.
Up to a cap of 33%.
Thank you, Ron.
And
Yes.
that might include vouchers, services, rehabilitation of existing facilities.
Anything other than new construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes.
And the chair will vote no. And the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2.
Ron, I haven't voted yet. This is Patrick.
Did I not call on you? I'm sorry.
Okay. No.
Yes, Patrick, go ahead. Yes.
No, I vote no.
Yes, thank you, sir. And motion is approved on a vote of 7 to 5. Would the maker of the original motion like to revisit their motion to include language about responding to community impact of the COVID virus?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that the application would have a place to connect the grant request to how it was impacted by COVID.
And is the original second of the motion interested in seconding that component part?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before us. Is there any committee discussion? I'm sorry, board discussion?
Is that the applicant is going to demonstrate how they were impacted or how they will address impacts?
It's my understanding it would be the second, how they're addressing the impact of the pandemic to our community, how their proposal does.
Correct.
Shannon, I see your box on. Anything? Oh, that was your comment. Thank you. If there's no other discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. We'll start at the bottom of the list. Dana Ortiz.
Yes.
Sarah Walters. Excuse
yes.
me.
Yes.
Patrick Kelly.
Yes.
Monte Soukup.
No.
Paul Newsom.
Yeah.
Rebecca Buford.
Yes.
Erica Zimmerman.
Yes.
Christina Gentry.
Yes.
Edith Guffey.
Yes.
Thomas Howe.
No.
Shannon Oury.
Yes.
And Ron Gaches votes yes. Motion passes by a vote of 10 to 2. Coming back to the original proposer of the motion, do we now have the third component part regarding the equity?
I'm gonna yield to another member because I'm not positive that I can capture exactly what has been what member Gentry is trying to get at, and I'd prefer her to make the motion rather than me try to do it and mess it up.
Christina?
Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at it. I moved a motion that we set intention of addressing equity, disparities that impede, let's see, housing. Let's see. Okay, so I make a motion that we address achievement for members of our community, especially our BIPOC community, as it pertains to looking at equity. I don't even like that one. Can I have, I move that I have more time to design a stronger sentence, because this is a really intentional project for me, and I don't want to give a half thought to it on the fly because I put on the spot to do so. So I make a move to look into the work and to apply a stronger sentence for the board to consider.
Absolutely understand. Chair will move to revisit this issue later in the meeting.
Thomas, and Thomas Howe, Lawrence Board of Realtors, and I apologize. I don't understand the phrase BIPOC. What does that stand? What is that?
Christina, can you help us here? Tom, she may have taken a break to work on language.
No, I think she's frozen up. This is Sarah Waters, the University of Kansas.
I'm not familiar with
yeah, it's Black Indigenous People of Color is what
Yes,
that
sorry.
stands for. Go ahead, Christina, you're back.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was frozen. Thank you for that clarification. BIPOC stands for Black Indigenous People of Color.
Thank you very much.
While Christina's working on that motion, I'm interested to have a bit of a discussion about what we think that looks like. You know, it can be an aspiration, but what does that look like? What might that be on the application? That might be the next agenda item, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry if it is, but there was some examples listed there.
Patrick, I think you're right. And it's interesting, our agenda items do kind of morph one into the other as we proceed in the afternoon. I'm gonna, Chair's gonna use his discretion to suggest an 8-minute break. I've got 2:22. Let's take an 8-minute break. Let's come back at 2:30. We'll resume this discussion right where it is, and that'll give Christina also an opportunity to work with some language, and we'll discuss how we're transitioning into agenda item 3 here next. Is that fine with everyone? All right, thank you. See you in 8 minutes.
Video is on.
We'll give folks one more minute. We've still got a few out. This is Ron Gaches, Affordable Housing Advisory Board Chair, and we will reconvene our meeting on Monday, September 14th. Patrick, would you like to, you asked a question there at the end pertaining to the purpose or intent of the language we were starting to discuss. I am looking, I do not get, I see Christina is back up, I think, with us also. Yes, she is. Shall we recapture that moment? Ask your question again, and we'll have Christina speak to her amendment.
I was just listening to a little bit of Christina's, where she was beginning with that motion and being intentional about our equity work here, and wanted to, you know, if it's one thing to have the aspiration, but I think more importantly, it's how do we activate it? And so there were a couple of tools. There's the GARE toolkit in our agenda, and there's also the COVID-19, lost the name of it, the COVID-19 racial equity impact analysis tool that was put together by some really great people as we were doing CARES Act funding. And just wondered if people had thoughts on those. Did we want to develop something of our own? Are we okay just saying we want to work on this, or did we actually want to spend some time talking about how we work on this?
I think all of the, Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair, I think all of those are good questions to ask. And my question to Christina would be, Christina, would it make sense to you for us to have this question, have the discussion around item number 3, the discussion of racial equity in housing, possible use of tools in the application process? Would, since what we're talking about is language that would go into the application, are you comfortable with us not acting on any specific language until after we have this discussion?
This is Christina Gentry, citizen at large. I feel like I could propose something that looks to be actionable. I think that Patrick Kelly raised a good point. And how do we do this, right? What is the actions used? I am paraphrasing his words, but I believe he was wanting to know what are the actions we can say, use to make this an action, or something that we talk about as far as language to consider to add to our, to move to a process anyway. And I came up with something, I put together some words that we've been using in, and some actions we've been using in our anti-poverty work group that's a plank of the community health plan. But also it's really heavy with the words and the verbiage used in United Ways, plank from platform for looking at equity. So if you would like, I could propose something now that looks to be action that we could add to our items that we could say yay or nay on. I'm down to do that. It's my first time, so I'll give it a go. The worst you guys can do is say no. So I'm okay with that.
Very good. And you are always authorized to make a motion at any time. But yes, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Christina Gentry, citizen at large. I would say I would make a move to motion that we give priority grant proposals that for applicants that have their proposal grants are led by have executive leadership, board members or people who are running this grant, and this is a lot of words, but they're led by BIPOCs or Black, Indigenous, people of color, with the mission to be focused on evaluation and increase equity for BIPOCs. So let me rephrase that. I move that we give priority to grant proposals that are led by executive leadership and membership they're led by boards by people of color, by BIPOCs. And that's my submission. I can definitely clarify it and make it stronger as I continue to say it out loud.
Okay, do we have a second? I have a question for you. So this would, I'm trying to understand the impact of this. This would give priority for applicants who have leadership that are BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color. I'm not familiar with that phrase until today. So who does that include and who does that exclude?
This is Christina Gentry. BIPOC community members would be those who identify as Black, Indigenous, people of color. People of color is our Asian, our demographics that represent and identify themselves as Latinx, and that's maybe a nuanced word for Hispanic. But all of these languages are inclusive to include a community that wants to be prioritized or identified as these words. So these are words that I'm hearing from the community that I'm expressing to you. But BIPOC community members are people who are self-identified as Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And yes, that my priority or my proposal would be that we give grant proposals priority that are led by executives who represent those demographics on their board for proposal for grant submissions.
Okay.
This is Monte. Oh, go ahead.
Christina, did you say executives, or did you say that they have their executives and their board, or executives or their board?
Yes, this is Christina. Thank you for that clarification. It could be executives on their board. The board and the leadership needs to include Black and Indigenous people of color. And I believe what I'm saying is I would like for us to give priority grant proposals to people who represent those demographics, and those be the leadership that is represented on their board.
Executives or executives or?
Executives and.
If they have a board. It could be a private organization that does not have a board.
This is Christina. Yes, that's correct. But I would like for us to try to look for specifics that people who do identify as BIPOCs, and that we look intentionally for those grant proposals. And that is also depending on, the proposal that we do receive. But I think that opens up a wave of people knowing that we definitely want people who represent a demographic of BIPOC community to apply, and that we will give you priority looking at your proposals based on the understanding that we need to be equitable in the work that we're doing, especially when we're talking about approving grants or submissions of grant proposals.
This is Edith Guffey. You know, this is pretty interesting because what this does is it says that we would be looking to find a new pool of applicants. Because, you know, we're not getting applicants from this group of people in our community. So we would be somehow trying to cultivate a new pool of applicants. I don't know how we would do that, but that's what this would be doing, which would be good.
This is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. And I don't know if this is maybe a nuance. If you had that had and or people on their board, that would give also people that have BIPOC people on their boards that maybe aren't running the companies at this point. Those voices would at least be on their boards and be heard. So I don't know if that's if you need both that run the company and on the boards, or if one or the other would be a starting place to branch out. The other thought I had is if there are projects specifically that would specifically benefit BIPOC communities that don't meet this criteria, are they going to get any weighting, or is that just a normal project like any other? Or do you want to emphasize that the projects that impact BIPOC community would get weight as well? So that's what I felt was maybe missing, because again, we're not seeing proposals from BIPOC owned companies.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're even out there at this point, or how prevalent they are. Having dealt with that in the construction industry, sometimes it's hard to find those companies.
Ron Gaches, AHAB chair. I had an opportunity over this weekend as reviewing materials in our packet to look at our current applications and the scoring matrices. And the current scoring matrix have, a lot, I think it's anywhere from 1 to 10 points for how much experience the project managers have in that field. And, the lowest amount of experience gets a single point, and then it goes to 3 points, and then 5 points. And I forget what the criteria it is, but if you had a certain amount of experience, you got 10 points in the application process. As a practical matter, since all of our current leadership of our major housing not-for-profits in our community are led by white people, it would put them somewhat, it'd be interesting. We would be pitting less experienced applicants that might otherwise score lower, but had minority leadership in a position of competing against white-led organizations with more experience. And
Ron,
I'm unsure how we go about working through those two offsetting matrix points. I scratched my head on that.
Well, Ron, I think you're making an assumption about the submittals you're getting. You don't know that you're going to have a submittal from someone less experienced. They may not be local here, but you was our last light tech project.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's an assumption about your applications that you don't have. So
that's right. Because if we could expand the pool of firms looking at us to include Kansas City, we would have a number of qualified minority-led business agencies and private developers that might take a look at our Lawrence projects. Yeah, Lawrence needs.
This is Christina Gentry too, and I would note that we have a developer coming from Indianapolis that has made a submission just recently, right? I believe it's Indianapolis. So yeah, we can get people who are an experience. Thank you for that clarification, Ron, because that's important to note. An experience, and also it increase, to me, it would also look to increase diversity into some of our nonprofits that we have locally. If the incentive was to have Black leadership or BIPOC leadership, maybe that would make someone move to put a Black person, Indigenous person, person of color into a position and move in a position of leadership in their organization. So it might have an effect that I believe would be wonderful if it did increase BIPOC leadership in our nonprofits or in our people who are submitting applications for grant proposals or grant submissions rather.
This is Edith Guffey. This is Edith Guffey. And while I can support this, I wonder, however, about the question that Monte asked. This addresses one level. I'm wondering about addressing how we address the level of impacting those we serve. How we assess how the organizations that are submitting grants, how they are impacting, how we ask how they are impacting racial equity of the people that they are serving. And maybe we can do both, but that's the area I most hope that we develop a policy on when we're looking at racial equity in our housing policies. I think both are important, but if we're gonna, I don't know that we have to lean one toward the other, but that's the one that I'm most interested
This is Patrick Kelly. I want to commend Christina for raising the heat here and coming up with a motion that calls us to task, because my white male middle class, probably, let's be honest, I'm upper class position wants me to study this some more and wants me to diagnose it a little more and spend some time with the toolkit and figuring out what the right way to do it is. And so Christina, thanks for stepping up and saying, let's actually do something. Let's stop talking about it. Let's actually do something. And so I thank you for that. That being said, I want to spend a little bit of time thinking about this, because I want to think about what the implications are. And, maybe we take that bold step and we just say, yeah, this is what we want to see. Let's do it. And it's about action and it's about making something happen. And then let's see the results. I think about, Christina just mentioned a firm from Indianapolis, and I think about Mayor Ananda's question about, does that keep dollars local? Those are two ideas that are in conflict with each other. I'm not saying we don't have local contractors, local organizations that would try to build affordable housing here. I don't know. And whenever I say I don't know, I want to learn more. So just some thoughts right out of the gate. Thanks, Christina, for pushing us on this. Great stuff.
Other comments?
Erica Zimmerman, Lawrence Habitat. I would just echo what Edith said. I believe what Christina proposed is a great first step, and I would also just ask that we seriously think about using a racial equity tool for all of the applications, so that we're ensuring that the work that's being done, that's being funded by the city, is has equity in it.
Diane, am I correct? We've got a motion and a second on the table.
Yes, you do, Mr. Chair. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. Would you like me to repeat the motion as I understand it?
Yes, thank you.
So the motion, as I understand it, for the
clarification was to give priority to proposals that have executive leadership and board members with representatives of the Black, Indigenous, people of color community.
Who was your second on that?
Oh, it didn't have a second?
Who was your second?
Oh, I'm sorry. It did not have a second, I understand, from Brad. So I
We have
think.
a second on the motion.
Yeah, that would be the next step.
This is Rebecca with Tenants to Homeowners. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any other discussion?
Quick question for Diane and city staff. Maybe priority is the word we need here, but I just want to make sure, because I know some other programs that have been starting to use this language. Is there any legal concerns that you have, not that we shouldn't overturn those ideas, about giving priority to a certain race of people?
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I think that's a great question, and without the opportunity to talk with the city attorney, I'm not sure the answer to that. But what we could do is, based on all of the input that's received today and the motions that you make, obviously we'll be putting together a draft of a notice of funding availability that tries to reflect the motions that you made today, and we could have that go through and have the city attorney's input on that as it comes back to you all in your October meeting.
This is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. Somehow the federal government does it by requiring people to use women-owned and minority-owned businesses as a percentage of their thing. So somehow it gets done. I certainly understand the concern. Hopefully we can work our way through that.
Yeah, Monty, I'm familiar with that one, and it came up during our CARES Act work, so that's why I was sort of asking about it.
This is Danny Walters. I would also reiterate that with CDBG and HUD, that's an actual report that we do that to the extent feasible. So.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Question for Patrick. You mentioned this came up during your CARES Act funding discussions. How did you address those issues with your CARES Act funding?
So you'll see in a lot of the umbrella organizations that are that are making decisions about CARES Act funding, that it will say priority to women and minority-owned businesses. And there's some language that's used. I think if the city takes a look at it, it'll be fine. I personally have an issue with the idea of working on equity when we're being held to an equal treatment idea. That's why I sort of prefaced it by saying I think we need to overturn some of these ideas, and that everything needs to be equal and fair. If we're going to address disparities, it can't be equal and fair. That just promotes continual disparities. So I think we're going to have to tackle that as not just as a affordable housing advisory board, but as a larger community and country and all of those things. But I think it is something. I don't want to jeopardize any of our HUD funding. I don't want to jeopardize any of the other partners that we work with in this. And so that's why I bring it up. Because I know some of these grants some of the money that we do is tied to other funding, right? And so we don't want that to impact other funding in some way. And maybe I'm wrong. I just want to raise the question.
Certainly. Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Diane, your comment just a couple of minutes ago about having this come before us in October. So we'll have an opportunity to look at a finished NOFA in October prior to its distribution to the community.
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I think that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair, based on the discussions today. You've had quite a lot of discussions and motions that you've made that would relate to how that is put together. So this would give you an opportunity to take a look at that language and make sure that the board is good with that, and then make that recommendation onto the City Commission, who would also have the opportunity to weigh into that, which is typically how we have done those notices of funding availability in past years.
Very good, thank you. Chair will go ahead, Monte.
Oh, this is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. I'd like to come back to Edith's comment of projects that impact BIPOC communities, because I'm kind of on that boat where if we're having an impact on the people on the ground, that's an important factor, and maybe a less legally straught avenue. I don't know. Maybe in addition to what's been proposed.
Rebecca, with tenants to homeowners, I really like that idea. Christina, do you think we could amend your proposal to give priority with leadership and serving, or with a mission or serving a particular BIPOC communities? If someone can show that they're increasing BIPOC ownership rates or something in a program, that I think that I don't want to remove the forcing us to get leadership in our organizations. I think that's as critical of a step, but I think both would deserve part of this motion, or both deserve priority when we're looking at applications.
This is Christina. So to clarify, you're asking if we should include, or in the statement, give priority to applicants who are or have a leadership or have executive leaders on the board and leaders on the board that are BIPOC, and also to increase housing availability to BIPOC communities. I'm sorry, Rebecca, could you clarify so I don't see a problem adding that in. I just need the clarification to what you're asking to add in.
Yeah, no, that's a great synopsis. Thinking of programs, organizations whose programs their mission is reaching and serving BIPOC community members, so that could also be part of the priority, that programs that serve that community. Ideally they'd have leadership and serve that community, but I think right now, and particularly given our demographics in Lawrence, which is much more white than others, that it still makes a very distinctive argument that we're serious about this, but that we don't ignore Edith's comment of when housing projects are serving BIPOC community members at a higher percentage. That's something we want to support.
Absolutely. This is Christina Gentry, and absolutely that's the outcome of wanting to support BIPOC communities or people who are communities of color gain home ownership. That would be the ultimate goal. However, I see that as being a bit taxing on our BIPOC community. It's asking for them to be positions of leadership and also be supporting their community members. And I think that's a lot of work. And I think we're asking a lot if we put both those objectives into one ask or into one priority issue. I see, and the reason I say leadership in these positions and being led or organizations have leadership that are identified BIPOC communities is because seeing yourself in leadership seems to be a good way of a person, a BIPOC community member, seeing themselves in that position to give themselves to want to be part of that organization and part of that grant proposal. So I'm not saying both go hand in hand, and I'm a Black person and I'm going to be leading this organization in some way, in some executive fashion on the board, or have some kind of leadership to say yes or no to things that we're saying we're putting out there, then I'm automatically going to go for people of color and look for making places and affordable housing in and for people of color, but it might be the end product. What I'm saying is I want to have us move in a position where we're saying we want more Black leadership, we want more Indigenous leadership, and we want to promote that as an affordable housing advisory board. And we want to support that and give priority to people or organizations or nonprofits who do that work. And if we don't do that work here in Lawrence, maybe we should look to start doing that so we can have an opportunity to support leadership opportunities for demographics that aren't always represented in leadership capacity.
This is Edith, and I agree with that, and I support that. And maybe as a separate, not in that same, I don't think that it has to be a BIPOC person, but I also think that we ought to have as an, not in the same action, but a separate action that we would give preference to an organization that also shows that a large portion of their grant would be increasing availability of affordable housing to persons of color.
This is Christina Gentry. I would support that motion as well. I thank you for helping me fine tune it. I think we're absolutely speaking the same language ultimately, but I think we're just trying to make sure that it's inclusive as possible. And I appreciate your input, Edith.
Chair would like to, Chair Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair, like to, we've got a current motion. We got, just a moment, Dana, I'll call on you next. We have current motion before the board. We need to take action on the motion or modify it, okay? And we'll continue the discussion, but I think we've got one set of language before us now. If we'd like to deal with it and then deal with another topic or modify the amendment, open either way, but let's be clear on doing one or the other. And then Dana, yes, for a
I
comment.
just have a clarification before we go to that. So I've heard it kind of both ways in the discussion. So I'd like a clarification on the language around the executive leadership. Is it and executive director and board, or executive leadership? If we can have clarification on that, then I think I would just understand what we're voting on, definitely. And I'm for the proposal out here because I think it's gutsy and it takes effort, and it, like Patrick said, turns up the heat. And without that kind of action, I don't want to just give lip service to this very critical issue.
Concur. Diane, what is your current read of the language? Could you repeat it, please?
Yes. Give priority to proposals that have executive leadership and board members with representatives of the BIPOC community. So I think there was a question earlier, and there was a clarification that there was a desire to have and executive leadership and board members. But again, getting this clear so we can make sure we're capturing it is important.
And Christina, does that capture your intent?
Yes, this is Christina Gentry, and that captures. I would even also, I'm not inflexible as to add an or to that. So and or board leadership that represents demographic, self-identified BIPOC community members. So it looks to build or give priority to given to executives
and or board members who are identified BIPOC community members.
And is the second agreeable with that?
That is what I support. I would not support an and. I would need an and or for obvious reasons.
Does the term executive leadership cover a staff and board of trustees if we just use the term executive leadership? That's a question. I just really don't know the answer. I think that depends perhaps too much on interpretation, but.
Well, there is some strength in a little ambiguity.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. Yes. I think that with something like this, there very well may be questions that come to staff from applicants. So I think being very clear about what your intentions are is pretty important here. So if you're just meaning executive leadership, which could include staff or board members, to say it that way or to say it a different way. But I think that'll be make sure that it's really clear to the applicants what's being requested.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair, I would interject that I think that executive leadership does not by itself include board members, because board members are not necessarily executives of that organization. They are board members with a different fiduciary responsibility than the same as executives. So in my view, your executive leadership and your board are two different things.
Lawrence, Erica Zimmerman, Lawrence Habitat. That is not my perception, and that is not how our organization works. I'm the executive director, and then I have an executive committee that is also responsible for making decisions as well, in addition to a board. So I would disagree with that statement.
Okay. And I'll acquiesce. I like your yeah. So you're regarding your executive committee as executive leadership. All right. I was thinking of executive staff, but I'll defer to that. It's a broader interpretation.
Well, and for small nonprofits, this is Rebecca with Tenants to Homeowners. I mean, the executive staff's the executive is the board, is the volunteer board of directors. That is our boss. Okay. And so they have a lot of influence and executive leadership on the staff and what we carry out.
Okay, Chair will call the question. Shannon Oury.
Mr. Chair, would it be helpful to restate the motion?
Yes, please go right ahead, Diane.
Okay, I think I have this this correct. Give priority to proposals that have executive leadership and or board members who are identified BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color community members.
We'll do a roll call vote, and all in favor say aye, and those opposed nay. Shannon Oury. I don't see Shannon's screen up anymore. Is she gone? Must be. Tom Howe.
Thomas, yes.
Edith Guthey.
Yes.
Christina Gentry.
Yes.
Erica Zimmerman.
Yes.
Rebecca Buford.
Yes.
Paul Newsom.
Yes.
Monte Soukup.
Yes.
Patrick Kelly.
Yes.
Sarah Walters.
Yes.
Dana Ortiz.
Yes.
Ron Gaches, yes. Motion is approved 13-0.
Mr. Chair, I think it might be 11-0. We had
Oh, I'm sorry.
a few members drop off.
Oh, yes, we did. Okay, sorry. My apologies. As an arts and science graduate, I'm very light on the math and the statistics. Let's continue then the discussion on item number 3 regarding racial equity in housing and the possible use of tools in the application process.
Yes,
And
Mr. Chair.
Diane, was there any staff introduction on this topic?
Yes, I'll be happy to do that if you'd like. Given the time, I'll be relatively brief. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. So there was a lot of interesting documents here. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at those. I thank Ms. Gentry for providing the larger document that was an involved paper dealing with housing policy and residential segregation, particularly in the Lawrence community. But I think with all the documents, and including some of the Fair Housing Historical Exhibit that was done a couple of years ago by the Watkins Museum and also used by the city's Human Relations Commission, it does show that racial disparities exist and there's been systemic racism certainly in our community. The redlining map I thought was interesting to provide that context and the important history of that. And we know that these disparities exist. For example, as has been pointed out today, talking about the impact of COVID-19 as an example. If you're interested in digging deeper into the issue of racism and housing in particular, I would recommend the Color of Law book by Richard Rothstein to set a national context of this issue, and also goes into detail about the federal context of this issue. There's also some demographic information that we provided attached here that I might acknowledge, a map with demographic information. And so for example, if you were to click on the resources down at the bottom of the agenda, this would be the map that has been put together called the Affordable Housing Partners Map. That particular map does have an icon, a layer that you can click on that does show a layer with the CDBG low to moderate income block groups as of April of 2019. That may be relevant to some of this discussion as you look at some of the economic disparities across the community. And some of those neighborhoods have changed over the past few years. There is information that's provided here, a couple of examples as you all had the discussion and presentation by Casey Toomey in July on the GARE toolkit. That toolkit provides some guidance on some questions and tools that could be utilized by the city and this board in particular in looking at your affordable housing proposals. And also, as mentioned by Commissioner Kelly earlier in the meeting, we've included the link there to the Douglas County COVID Racial Equity Impact Analysis tool. This tool was utilized this summer by Douglas County in its evaluation for the CARES Act funds. The Recovery Task Force, which has been established by the Douglas County Emergency Management, includes a racial equity advisor team, which developed this form with some pretty, fairly brief but very distinct questions about a particular proposal. We can certainly bring that tool up if there's interest in that, but it talks about some of the things that you all have visited about here today, such as how the proposal impacts the racial and equity issues, who completed the analysis, what community stakeholders were involved in working on the proposal itself, and who will benefit from or be burdened by the decision, and are there any strategies to mitigate any unintended consequences. So these were some questions that were asked of CARES Act applicants, and I think having participated in at least a portion of some of that, and I know Commissioner Kelly obviously reviewed all of those, but I think some of the applicants maybe understood some of these questions a little more than others, but they certainly did a good job of framing, what the funders are looking for to analyze in a particular proposal. So any of these tools could be applicable as you talk about questions that you might want to include in your notice of funding availability.
Thank you, Diane. Comments, questions from the advisory board? I have a question for Commissioner Kelly. Patrick, explain a little bit about how the county used the racial equity impact analysis, and were there any broader county equity goals or strategies that were applied in addition to this racial equity impact analysis, or is this the primary tool that you're using in guiding your decision making in regards to equity issues?
So we had four, this is Patrick Kelly, Douglas County. We had 4 RSF, recovery functions, that reviewed applications. I wish we could take more credit for this, I really do, but really this was part of that CARES Act funding. It was a required portion of it. We had to come up with some sort of tool to look at, to analyze the equity of projects that were coming forward. This was the tool that was created knowing we had a very short timeline, and it was up to each recovery function to determine how they wanted to use that in their evaluation. Now, I will tell you that each one sort of dealt with it differently, and we have more to learn about that, but we use that in some applications came to us and they didn't meet the equity threshold of that RSF. Others did meet that threshold, and so they made it into a recommended to fund and not recommended to fund. So it really happened on an earlier stage than when it got to us. That being said, I think I don't speak for all commissioners, I only speak for myself, in that I wanted to make sure that especially those projects that maybe had a more stringent application of that equity rubric, or it's not really a rubric, but equity tool, that they, that the umbrella organizations that are passing money out have another tool to look at. And so you'll see in those, like the one that's going through LRA, the one that's going through downtown Lawrence, the one that's at the hotels, they all sort of have that priority is given to minority and organizations that are owned by minority business, females and minority businesses. So that's sort of how we use that tool there. Does that answer your question, Ron?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Some people on this call, I'm just sort of checking, I don't think so, but I mean, it may be helpful at some point to have a member of that team that created that tool. I don't know if anybody here was on that team, to come in and talk with us about how they created it. I would really be interested to hear. We should have a study session of this with the county commission. You can all come and enjoy the time with us. But you know, how they felt like, was it, did it accomplish our goal? Or was it just a hoop we were jumping through? You know, what did we find that we were really approving projects that considered equity in their development? That's what I want to know, and I don't know that we have the answer to that yet. some of the group here filled out that form, so they may be able to provide some thoughts on it as well.
Very good.
This is Edith. This is helpful because what I'm trying to figure out is how we can know from those that are applying. You know, there's one thing to look at the numbers, but the numbers don't really tell the story, because behind the numbers are the biases. And so how can we find out what tool is there out there that might be able to measure the organization itself and the work they have done that might diminish the biases that are behind the numbers? Did you get that sense from the tools that you all used? Commissioner Kelly?
Edith, I wasn't sure if that question was at me. So
It's at you.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. We had such a short amount of time to review those applications that I don't know that it worked as well as I would hope. It was a great first step, I think, or it was a first step. I won't say it's great yet. I am very supportive of what the DA's office is doing, and we authorized a few weeks ago to do the racial equity toolkit and use the toolkit. And I know, Diane, you might be able to speak to what some of the city is doing and their engagement on that as well. I think it takes a deeper dive to understand how biases roll into policy and what we need to do as an organization to see. I mean, the hardest part of the bias is it's unseen, right? You can't see your own bias. And so how do you have tools that help shine a light on that and make you aware of where that bias is? And so you can make better decisions. It's a fault of decision making. And so I think that takes more time than we had. So I wish our tool was better, but gosh darn it, I was pretty excited that we had actually a tool to use for the first time that I can remember in some of these processes. So
Lawrence, Erica Zimmerman, Lawrence Habitat. Edith, I was just going to say, as from the perspective of someone who filled out that form and for the funding, for me, it was very project based. So I just thought about the project specifically and what I was going to do. While it asks for us to think about long-term impacts, probably some of it was the timing that we had to get the form in, but it really was just program focused and project focused. And I think that you're right. I think we need something that looks at policy focused and bias focused, because my organization could have had all kinds of policies in place, but we just focus on the project and then we're successful in that project. So.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. The discussion seems to be branching into two slightly different areas then. One being the discussion of an equity tool that we would use to evaluate applications in response to the notification of funding availability. And the second would be closely related, but second would be a tool to investigate our own decision-making and policy-making. Are people seeing that there are two components there? Is that?
This is Edith. Edith Guffey, community member. I would actually see both of them for the request for proposals. I would ask them both, at this point. I would probably ask the numbers piece, how many people are you serving, da, 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 da. And I might also ask them, what kind of training have you provided for your staff? Have you done implicit bias training? Or just an open-ended question?
And Edith, what are your thoughts about the issue or the question of having an equity tool that we use to review our own policymaking separate from the equity tool that we tell project applicants that we want them to use in describing themselves?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Patrick Kelly. Diane, I wonder if Diane would be willing to give us a bit of an update of where the city is on their work on policy making and as it relates to equity. If there's a way that our work can dovetail into their work, right? So that I want to be a little cautious of operating outside of those who have appointed us. Don't want to put you on the spot, Diane, sorry.
That's okay. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. Well, one thing, we definitely are a member of GARE, as was reported. So, utilizing that toolkit and framework may be some guidance from the city, but we haven't really settled on a particular core of training about bias training that I'm aware of, or a particular line of equity tools outside of utilizing the GARE toolkit, which was the reason for the presentation earlier in the summer. And I know that several of the city's advisory boards have also received that training. I think that there also has been some discussion in the context of the recovery task force work and the equity advisor team. There has been some discussion and recognition maybe of need for some greater shared language and shared community training around this issue, and perhaps continuing to work with the consulting group, and I can't think of the name of it right now, but they did provide training to the recovery team that was working on putting the applications for the CARES funding proposals together, and maybe that might be an avenue. But I think what you all are talking about is a little more awareness of our own biases that we all bring to these kind of things, and having some training with regard to that. So there is some discussion happening. I just don't have a clear path for you about exactly what that might be, but that could be a continued discussion that we bring back to this group. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Kelly? That was kind of a rambling answer, sorry.
No, I appreciate it. I think we're all trying to figure out how to speed up our work on this. And I mean, I'm just aware that even GARE is struggling to kind of keep up with the training, because their communication with us is we're some of the first who've asked for training on that toolkit, how to use that. Is surprising to us. So I think, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
It's Christina Gentry, citizen at large. I might add too, the focus to kind of understand your biases as they pertain to how we structure policies and how we communicate with our community, especially our community who suffers from inequities, whether it be ableism and racism and all of the isms. I push for, and I know this may be a little bit academic, but there are ways that we can introduce critical race theory into our practices and cognitive behavioral theory into our trainings that has become more accessible to the public, not academia, but that wants to do the work to intervene this understanding of complicit biases that we hold. I also speak from the other side of, understanding that biases affect, and people do things are either affected by biases or they are the people administering the biases that are doing harm to other communities. So I'm an advocate for understanding race theories, critical race theory being one of them, intersectionality being another one of them. And there are speakers who are available who can speak to these things, and we may be able to gain from them their availability. Maybe just getting into the weeds, but I'm always an avid learner from people who know these issues and can speak to them in a way that's conversational. And then also it gives us an understanding of how we see and do introspective work to examine ourselves, and then going forward into how we're creating policies or how we're making decisions based on these trainings. So that may be something we could look into, because implicit bias kind of gives me a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth, but I'm also a Black woman, so that's my biases.
Mr. Chair, may I make an additional comment real quickly?
Please.
Sorry, Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I did forget to mention, I think that it was brought up in the July meeting. The city is in the process of hiring a director of equity and inclusion. And I think as that person comes on, we will have a lot of interest from advisory boards just like this one, but other ones also on training. And I know there's an interest in providing those kind of resources out. There may be exactly those kind of opportunities to do that.
Thank you. I'm Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. I would like to second Patrick's comment when he thanked Christina for kind of, forcing us to look at this issue and start making some decisions as opposed to just sharing all of the nice talk. And I'm a little reluctant. I guess I'm more than a little reluctant to launch our advisory board off in pursuit of an equity training program that's not well integrated with whatever it is the city decides to do in this space. So I'm content for the short term to wait for the city to fill this important equity and inclusion director level spot and let that person do their good work. And for the more short term, ensure that we're looking at our decision making for our notice of funding authority and the decisions that come from that notice of funding authority. Make sure that we look at those decisions with a racial and social justice lens. And I particularly liked one of the tools provided was the this is the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. At one point in time in their materials, they say, what if you don't have enough time? This is on page 12, chapter or area 6. What if you don't have enough time? Well, they're asking, you know, if you don't have enough time, it's kind of like the county had to act very quickly to take advantage of the CARES Act funding. What Gare asks or suggests is that you ask yourself 3 questions. What are the racial equity impacts of this particular decision? Who will benefit from or be burdened by the particular decision? And are there strategies to mitigate any unintended consequences? That would be a pretty easy thing for us to consider as a simple tool as we wait for the city to start developing and recommending more comprehensive tools for us. I really view, as an advisory board, we should be the city's implement for putting in place or executing the city's racial justice and social justice tool, mission and strategies, as opposed to developing our own. I wouldn't want us to be so standalone that we were no longer in sync with what the rest of the city was doing. Does that make sense? Or am I missing an opportunity to move forward in a key area?
This is Christina Gentry, Citizen at Large. That makes sense. Cohesion and collaboration are the ultimate goals, I believe, of all of our boards and advisory positions. So absolutely. There are going to be some who are a little bit more understanding of some issues, obviously, but I agree with making sure our education is cohesive with the city's education as it pertains to race and equity and inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
This is Monte, Soukup, Justice Matters. In general, I agree with you, Ron. I think that's a good approach, that we kind of need to follow the city's lead. On the other hand, housing has been such a integral way in which racial discrimination has been executed through history. Mm-hmm. But I also think we have to take a little bit of a step forward, and I think we're trying to do that. And show that we're trying to make a correction in that and have an impact on that injustice that's already occurred by trying to do something more than just saying we're having a level playing field. We need to do more. So I don't think it's wrong to, within the realm of our control, what we're doing with our RFP and things to promote things regarding housing. That's different than the city's objective. It reinforces that, but I think within the realm of what we're tasked to do, which is, you know, get affordable housing on the ground to the point that we can impact those communities. You know, I think we need to do that. We need to be bold and do that.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Monte, I absolutely agree with that. A couple of times Christina referenced, brought together the importance of housing to public health. And I would hope that once we have a director of equity and inclusion, that the first 2 areas that person, she or he, would like to camp out and work on would be housing issues and public health issues. And maybe where the 2 of them come together would be a great place to start. I'm all for the work that we're doing in the housing issues, leading the way for the rest of the community to try to keep up with us. And I hope that comment does not sound not in sync with what I said before. Other questions or comments? What do people want to do with racial equity toolbox or toolkit discussions or racial equity tools the balance of this meeting? Are you comfortable that we've had sufficient discussion and given sufficient guidance to staff that we can make whatever final determinations we need for the current notice of funding authority to occur this, funding availability to occur this fall? Or do you feel as though we need to do more?
This
Yes.
is Rebecca with Tenants to Homeowners. I think we ended up dropping, or did we decide to add both? I think we didn't make a second motion on just how does the project or the mission or the organization, you know, for our RFP, support or affect negatively or positively people of color. And so maybe this is an easy way to add the racial equity impact analysis tool that was used for the CARES funding. And it certainly could be improved, but it's short and sweet, but it makes people think about it. And it allows a place for an applicant to, if they are proportionally helping the BIPOC community, that it's a place for them to talk about that too on the racial impact analysis, and vice versa. If someone is negatively affecting those groups, you know, that there's a place where we can see that discussion happening, or at least they're thinking about it and have to think about how are they going to mitigate that. So part of that, just filling out that process is helpful, I think, for applicants as we move them towards equity and thinking about things. But it also gives applicants who are doing work moving the equity needle to tell us about that in here that I don't know we would have elsewhere on our application.
I agree, Rebecca. Would you like to make that a motion?
I will move to add the racial equity impact analysis tool used by the COVID-19 recovery team, that one-page tool, to our application in whatever easy way it can be added. Whether we just add those questions to the application or we have it as a separate page, I don't care, but add that to the application, and that would hopefully give us all some other information to assess equity impact in our RFP discussion or decisions.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that. It's Monte, Soukup, second.
And discussion? People comfortable taking action on this recommendation? Looks like we are. Okay, let's have, we'll take a recorded vote on the current motion. Does anyone need to have it reread? Seeing none. Shannon, Oury. Thomas Howe.
Aye.
Edith Guffey.
Yes.
Christina Gentry.
Yes.
Erica Zimmerman.
Yes.
Rebecca Buford.
Yes.
Paul Newsom.
Yes.
Monte Soukup.
Yes.
Patrick Kelly.
Yes.
Sarah Waters.
Yes.
Dana Ortiz.
Yes.
And Ron Gaches votes yes also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11-0, the motion is approved. Other discussion actions, ideas, input? You all look pretty exhausted to me.
I won't take that personally, Ron.
It wasn't, what? Hey, everyone's still awake. Good thing, huh?
So this is Paul with Lawrence Home Builders. The thought occurred to me that being an advisory board, we kind of, or I'm kind of our short-termer here, but it seems like we only advise when it's the funding cycle, and maybe we could be more active with our recommendations or pushing things up the ladder to the commission on ideas like some ideas that have been brought up, like the city donating land to try and incentivize projects, or any out of the box ideas, like, or the idea about the Dad Prairie Park land, if we could start recommending that the city get involved with that or be proactive about that. Just a thought that came to my mind that maybe we don't have to wait 4 or 5 these funding rounds to provide recommendations.
Ron Gaches, AHAB Chair. Paul, I completely agree. I think that kind of the door has been opened up a little bit. Pushing initiatives like that is different than pushing like a policy change for a zoning change, or to allow 2 homes on 1 lot. Advocating for the city, the school district, the hospital, the county, really the owners of public lands, advocating for them to look at the opportunities they might have to support affordable housing, apart from just writing a check that flows into a project someplace, but to actually make some land available for a project could be a huge difference maker in helping us succeed in spreading projects across the community, as well as getting to some numbers that would really be impactful for our BIPOC constituencies. Is there any other work that any member believes we need to discuss further today? Or would you like to get out of here a little bit before 4? Diane, is there any other input that you need from the advisory board today?
I think that we have what we need today. I really appreciate everyone's hard work today.
You gave good guidance for us to prepare the notice of funding availability draft for your consideration that we'll bring back to you next week. Lots of really great discussion. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Before I adjourn the meeting, I'd like to just as a point of preparation for the end of the year, my term as chair will end at the end of this year. It's been a great pleasure to serve in this role for 2 consecutive years. I am going to ask the chamber if they're interested to renominate me for a spot on the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. My current term will end, I think, in December, maybe January. If given an opportunity to serve again, I would greatly enjoy doing that. However, it's not my desire to serve a third year as your chair. And each of you that might have an interest in serving in that capacity should kind of self-identify yourself, and we'll be having elections for that post probably in December as an agenda item. So if you'd be interested in serving, and I'm looking at the Zoom board right now, and I think I see 10 folks that would make great candidates. And with that, I will declare our meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much for a very meaningful Monday.
Thanks, Ron. Good work.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.